The fortune teller spread the cards in front of Mrs. Baldwin and told her she had never met anyone so lucky. She assured the lady that fortune loved her so much that even a sigh could bring her mountains of money. The woman showed her the cards indicating that all the wealth in the world was flowing towards her. The young woman laughed and told her she already had a lot of money and that everything was going perfectly. The fortune teller interrupted her laughter and sadly told her that her love life would be full of disappointments. She supposed that all her luck in love matters had moved to the financial sphere. The lady was indignant, saying it was impossible, as she was already engaged and the marriage was not for convenience. Since she loved him sincerely and he loved her. The woman affirmed it firmly and added that she would not charge for the session today. Then, with a mysterious smile, she told her that if the prediction came true, the lady would pay for everything. Upon returning to the castle, Mrs. Lily Baldwin thought that the fortune teller's words could not be true, and that the promise would not be broken. Mrs. Lily understood that the fortune teller's words haunted her like a shadow, and only by seeing Richard could she get rid of them. Near the castle, she saw an unknown carriage, and inside the house her servants were waiting for her as if they were crazy. They blocked her path to Richard's rooms and shouted that under no circumstances should she enter there. When she opened the door, she saw Richard in bed next to a naked brunette. When someone entered the room, the boy, without turning around, growled furiously that he had already told them not to let anyone in. She heard someone exclaim loudly, and when she turned around, she saw a tearful Lilia in front of him. Richard hurried to explain that the fiancée had misunderstood him. Simply a guest of his sister accidentally spilled her juice on her dress. The young man approached Mrs. Lilia and began to shake his head, adding that, due to the spilled drink, the poor girl had to take off her clothes. Richard approached the lady so closely that he pressed her against the wall and disdainfully told her that, even though she was his fiancée, she shouldn't enter without prior notice. The young man smiled and concluded that the girl needed to improve her manners, as she entered other people's rooms without knocking. Richard led Lilia to the hallway and asked, "What if you start behaving appropriately?" The young woman cried inconsolably when she realized her fiancé had scolded her. This incident confirmed that love fortune had abandoned Mrs. Lilia. Mrs. Belden was born into a family famous for its wealth, but with Lilia's arrival, the family's financial situation improved even further. Every venture the Belden family undertook ended successfully, and once they received a huge inheritance from a distant relative. In all contests, competitions, and tournaments, she always won. She was so lucky that leaving the house without a penny in her pocket, little Lilia would find several gold coins on the sidewalk. Before, her life was perfect, because Richard, her first love, had promised her marriage, although their relationship was never perfect. For a time, Mrs. Lilia was secretly in love with Richard and considered him her destiny, the only love of her life. The young woman made many efforts to secure the marriage promise and still did not stop trying to be perfect for Richard. Learning that he liked good and kind girls, Lilia became kind and talkative. Her smile never left her, even though Richard paid her no attention. The girl hid her personality, her interests, her true identity, and her fiancé considered it natural. Lady Lilia believed that one day she would find happiness with her beloved, as she had done so much for him. But he betrayed her. She understood that all this time she had tolerated bad treatment and had wasted her time with her fiancé in vain. A fool and an idiot. She remembered that Richard only appeared in her life when he needed money. She decided she would endure no more, and that the first thing she should do was break the marriage promise. She suddenly remembered the fortune teller, who told her she wouldn't charge for her prediction. But if it came true, Lilia would fully compensate her. She decided she had to go to the bank, then opened her clothing closet and realized she also needed to update her wardrobe. All the dresses were chosen according to Richard's tastes and preferences, but Lilia personally didn't like any of them. The knights, Francisco and Malik, who served the Valden family, arrived at Lady Lilia's room. The knights talked among themselves, saying they were very worried about the lady. They hadn't seen her for almost a month, and she had lost weight. She apologized for having worried them. And embarrassed, she asked about her older brother and her parents. Malek reported that they were absent, and Lady Lilia decided she should apologize to them, because she hadn't given them the attention they deserved due to Richard. The lady informed both knights that they would leave the castle together to attend to some matters. On their way, the lady received admiring glances from passers-by, who admired Lady Lilia's beauty. From an extremely wealthy and well-known family. After finishing her walk through several shops, she told Francisco and Malek they should visit another place. The door of the dark shop creaked upon entry, and the woman in the cloak said she hadn't opened yet. A bag of gold coins fell onto the fortune teller's table, which Malek had carried on his shoulder since entering the market. The woman was surprised by the amount of money, and Lady Lilia explained that the fortune teller had been right and deserved a good reward. The young woman sat down opposite the fortune teller and asked her to read her fortune in love again. When dealing the cards for Lady Lilia, the fortune teller pointed out that it was the first time she had seen such a drastic change in someone's destiny in a month. She added that the cards foretold a new love for the young woman with a young aristocrat of good lineage. She immediately asked if he would be unfaithful, and the fortune teller replied that the cards could not show that. She added that this infatuation was just another cycle in the lady's destiny. The fortune teller recommended that the young lady go west today for something good to happen. Lady Lilia entered another boutique for clothes and accessories, pointed out several items, and declared that she didn't need them. Then she handed a check to the sellers and announced that she would buy everything remaining in the store. Leaving the market, Lady Lilia was very happy and concluded that buying clothes she likes is very pleasant. When Lady Baldwin appeared in her new outfit in front of the knights, Francisco could not contain his excitement and complimented her on her appearance. Malek pointed out that his companion had a rare sense of taste, and the lady asked the knights if they were tired of standing and waiting. The knights protested and said it was an honor for them. Then Lady Lilia asked them to wait a little longer while she bought gifts for her family. Suddenly, a saleswoman appeared next to Mrs. Baldwin and asked in a soft voice what to do with the clothes the lady had arrived in. Before Layla's eyes arose the memory of when Richard helped her try on this dress, assuring her it would suit her better than anyone else. Mrs. Lilia said furiously to burn those clothes, turned sharply, and got onto the carriage. While choosing a box in the store, Mrs. Baldwin concluded that there was nothing suitable for a gift among the products. The young woman reflected that, by meeting Richard, she had stopped communicating with her family and ignored their warnings about the suitor. Mrs. Baldwin considered it a good idea to apologize to her parents and brother with gifts. She disdainfully examined the store's products and realized they were not worth their price due to poor quality. The store door opened, and a pleasant-looking young man entered. Mrs. Lillian judged him immediately as charming, although she noticed he seemed a little sad and stern. The man commented that he wanted to buy something as a gift, and the saleswoman offered him the box that Lillian had been looking at. The saleswoman presented it as a masterpiece of high quality and announced a price that doubled the original. Mrs. Lilia was shocked by the deception and thought that only a fool would buy such a low-quality product. Suddenly, the young man declared he was taking the box, causing Mrs. Lilia to mentally label him a fool. The saleswoman was pleased with the turn of events and offered the young man another box, as it was a fashionable item. She then suggested an additional item to the complacent customer, as it had been very popular lately. When the saleswoman said the customer was lucky, as these items were selling at that price today, Lady Lily couldn't stand it. She snatched the box from the woman's hands and stated that a minute ago she had seen a different price on the product, in that it was half. Lady Balder thought that perhaps she had intervened abruptly and shamelessly. But that gentleman didn't even reject any offer. The young woman secretly recognized, in that kind man, a reflection of herself. They too would get into trouble and cry at night. Suddenly, the saleswoman exclaimed loudly that the price was set by the store owner. The woman behind the counter clarified that a product of that quality did indeed correspond to the mentioned price. The saleswoman supposed that the angry lady was simply pained by the money and asked if she should offer her something cheaper. Lady Balder listened impassively to the attempts to annoy her with money. Then she called Francisco. A fat man hurried out through a discreet door and quickly handed the saleswoman a sales contract. He gave the documents to the woman and informed her that he already had her signature. Only hers was missing. He knelt before the new owner of the shop and thanked her for paying double in the transaction. Lady Lily addressed the saleswoman, saying that now that she was the owner, she could set the prices of the products. The lady indicated that she wanted to set the original price on the box and advised the woman to clean the dust and tidy up behind the counter. Then she approached that gentleman who almost bought the boxes at an exaggerated price and thanked him for his help. The young woman said it was her turn to apologize, as she had shamelessly interfered in the man's conversation with the saleswoman. Lilia pointed out the saleswoman running with a bucket and added that such people usually don't stop. The young lady clarified that such people do not miss the opportunity to cheat someone. So you have to categorically deny them. The young man affirmed that the problem was that he was not used to denying. Lilia thought that because of his strict appearance, one wouldn't say he was shy when speaking. It seems she judged the book by its cover incorrectly. The girl offered him her help in choosing a gift and pointed to a beautiful box with figures of lovers. Lady Balden praised the beautiful design and the melody of the box, when suddenly she realized that the young man's gaze had softened and cleared. It suddenly occurred to her that the gentleman was probably looking for a gift for his fiancée, with whom they had a tender love. Leaving the store, Lady Lilia entrusted the former director to take care of the place while she looked for new employees. Suddenly, the boy stopped her at the door and held out several gold coins in his hand, indicating that it was not enough. The girl looked at him without understanding and asked what it was. The young man replied that it was a form of gratitude for the recommendation. The young man said he wanted to thank her for recommending the box and for the time she had dedicated. Lady Lilia replied that she didn't need any gratitude, but thought the young man seemed very kind. The young lady clarified that she hadn't done anything that required a reward. The young man didn't know what to offer. Lady Lilia got into the litter. She turned around and told the young man that he was the first person who tried to thank her with money. The girl explained that she didn't need money, as she was the daughter of the Balden family. Sitting in the carriage, Lilia remembered the old fortune teller's words, that something good might happen today if she went west. Without a doubt, this memory made the young girl think of good events that could happen today. Then she took a breath and told herself mentally that at least the store should generate some profit. Lady Lilia ordered the coachman to return home, while the boy she met in the store remained on the sidewalk perplexed. When the carriage arrived at the castle, Lady Layla got out and saw her older brother, young Lord Henry Balden. He possessed a brilliant mind, like no other in the entire empire, and was also incredibly attentive. As a child, the older brother replaced his busy parents. He took care of her and played with her. Henry always worried about his sister. He even postponed his enrollment at the academy because Lilia feared being left alone. The brother was always by Lady Lilia's side, protecting her, until she fell in love with Richard. The brother came down the stairs, asking if Lilia understood how worried her family had been. Young Lord Henry clarified that his sister came home crying and hadn't left her room for a month. Henry noticed the carriage, to which several packages and shopping boxes were tied. The older brother asked if Layla had bought another mountain of things to please her useless fiancé. But she replied that she had bought everything for herself. Then Lady Lilia apologized to her brother and said she had acted like a foolish girl. She didn't listen to anyone and made them worry. Lilia said that during that time, she had done many terrible things for her blind love, and looked into her brother's eyes. She hadn't had a good relationship with Richard from the start. She never liked her sister's fiancé. The young lord told Lady Layla that he didn't like her fiancé because it was clear he would break his sister's heart one day. At that moment, she felt very hurt, disillusioned with her family, and left, thinking that no one understood her. Now Lilia understood that her brother had always been the only person who, despite everything, sincerely cared and looked after her. Lady Lilia smiled, realizing that, while busy with her boyfriend, she had ignored the love of her family and her own. The next day, Henry spoke with his sister in the living room and asked her what had happened a month ago. Lady Lilia wanted to be honest and transparent with her brother, but couldn't find the words to adequately describe what happened. She asked to postpone the conversation for another time, but seeing her sister's dark expression, Henry understood that something was wrong. Henry asked if Richard had done anything wrong and added that he only tolerated him because his sister liked him. He assumed Lilia would defend her fiancé, but the girl replied no. She explained that her brother's words had come true. Lilia and Richard had a big argument. She didn't want to talk about it right away, as she hadn't made a final decision yet. After organizing her thoughts, Lilia announced she wanted to break the engagement, which surprised Henry. He said it wasn't complicated, as the Valden family had taken care of all the wedding preparations. Lilia explained to her brother that she had a fight with Richard and was sure she would be unhappy if they married now. She said she wanted to suspend the wedding preparations. Henry had no objection. The brother said that in that case, permission must be requested from the Marquis. He had already gotten up from the sofa and was about to leave. The sister stopped him and said she wanted to talk personally with Richard and their parents. So the brother sat down, and Lilia thought it would be an uncomfortable conversation, as she hadn't spoken so openly with Henry in a long time. The girl remembered that she had prepared something for her brother. Upon opening the gift, she saw a box with an adorable design. The brother silently opened the box and didn't even narrow his eyes, as the figures of lovers began to turn with a delicate melody. Lady Lilia apologized. She said she had to leave because she had pending matters and thanked her brother. When the young woman left the room, the boy smiled and, without taking his eyes off the box he had been gifted, he whispered a thank you to Lilia. Leaving the living room, Lilia thought she had been confident during the conversation. But she doubted that he would solve all the problems to annul the marriage. Currently, Layla's family and Richard's family are business partners. They have a joint business and use the marriage promise as an instrument. Moreover, the partnership is based on an aristocratic hierarchy, and no matter how rich the Count's family is, it is not easy to break a marriage promise with a member of the Marquis's family. Furthermore, the Crown Princess is the niece of Marquis Tertian, and the Marquis is Henry's boss. The Valden family is not on the best terms with the Imperial family, so with their request, Lilia would surely put her loved ones in a tight spot. Lady Lilia understood that, to safely annul the marriage promise, she needed to ask someone with higher status for help. Suddenly, a servant called her. He informed her that an invitation to a banquet at the Imperial Palace had arrived, and handed her the envelope. At that moment, the lady could not believe her luck in having such a perfect opportunity. It was already pitch black outside. Lady Lilia, ready for bed, sat on her bed with a white box in her hands. She thought about her fiancé and remembered her previous hopes that he would arrive crying, begging for forgiveness. But that did not happen. Lilia couldn't believe her ex-fiancé hadn't even written a letter, not to mention showing up in person. The young woman thought she should thank him for the unpleasant incident, as it helped her clarify her thoughts and emotions. Lady Lilia placed the box on the nightstand and paid attention to the letter. Surely, Richard had received an invitation similar to this one from the Imperial Palace, since the ex-fiancé loves dinners and will surely be there. The young woman stroked the box with her fingers and decided it was the ideal time to return something immediately. 4 days later, at the Imperial Castle, a dinner was held for all the ladies and gentlemen. Lady Lilia appeared at the celebration in a deep blue dress, which surprised all the guests. Exclamations of astonishment at the young lady's beauty were heard from all over the hall by the ladies and gentlemen. At that moment, Richard approached Lilia and told her she looked magnificent today. Then he asked her if she had always liked that kind of dress, and Lilia considered him an unbearable imbecile. The boy affirmed that he had barely recognized his fiancée and tried to take her hand. But Lilia abruptly recoiled. Richard was surprised and asked what was wrong, if she wasn't crazy. But a grimace already appeared on Lilia's face. The girl shouted furiously, "How dare you ask such a thing?" and added that apologies would not suffice. Richard said he thought the girl's anger had already subsided, and added that he had repeated several times that he hadn't been unfaithful. The young man suggested dropping the subject, as she was reacting strangely today. Miss Lilia replied that Richard had neither shame nor conscience left, and promised to leave immediately after delivering something. At that moment, the crowd began to murmur upon noticing that Evantian had appeared. Despite not having attended events for some time, some guests observed that the young lord had arrived without an assistant, while others said they were afraid to approach and greet him. A guest reminded the others that the second son of Duke Evantian is not known for his kindness, especially due to the bad news surrounding him. It is rumored that Karjan Evantian displaced his older brother, the legitimate heir, and took his place. Lilia could not distinguish the face of the young Lord Karjan, then remembered that she was there for another reason. The girl turned back to Richard, who remained unfazed and greeted his acquaintances present at the party. One of his acquaintances turned out to be Lord Tertian, who apologized to Mrs. Baldwin, since he hadn't recognized her at first. The man admired Mrs. Lilia's appearance and commented that she looked different today. Richard pointed out that his fiancée was a true beauty and hugged her, while Lilia mentally called her ex-fiancé an unscrupulous animal. The girl had a strong desire to leave the celebration, as it was a time and place unsuitable for a conversation. Lord Tertian commented that he would take advantage of Mrs. Baldwin's presence to ask about renting a villa. Richard smiled and said he would fix everything correctly shortly, asking them to wait a little longer. Lilia could no longer stand it and abruptly pulled away from her ex-boyfriend's arms. The girl stated that Richard only wanted to take advantage of her name and asked why she should help him. The young man replied that he had already promised them a villa. Then Lilia smiled disdainfully. She whispered in his ear that now he could also manage on his own. Then she ran towards the second-floor balcony. After taking a sip of champagne directly from the bottle, Lilia thought that perhaps the conversation about breaking the marriage promise would never happen. She scolded herself for her indecision, as she had never managed to return his possession. Then, Layla considered the idea of throwing that possession away so as not to talk to all that garbage again. Like her ex-fiancé, the balcony door creaked. Lady Layla turned around and saw that gentleman from the warehouse. She didn't understand why he was there or how he had arrived at the banquet in the imperial palace. The warehouse boy, unable to refuse the seller, was also surprised to see the lady who helped him choose a gift. The boy admitted that he hadn't noticed anyone inside, as he was in a hurry. He apologized and promised to leave immediately. The lady stopped the gentleman, guessing something had happened to him, and added that nothing bad would happen if he stayed. The girl was struck by how incredibly handsome he looked under the setting sun's rays. Although his face showed too much anger, his appearance seemed quite menacing, as if he were in a bad mood, which made it uncomfortable for Lilia to be there. The gentleman apologized for the last time. Then the girl supposed he was apologizing for giving her money in the shop. The young man said he made a mistake because he didn't think that could sadden the girl. She thought her expectations were met because the boy turned out to be very honest. But he shouldn't regret that incident. The young man said he considered it necessary to thank the girl for helping because good deeds are not free. Lilium replied that it was a simple service. She thought about what a complicated life she had if she never accepted help without cost. The gentleman looked perplexedly at Mrs. Lilium. She replied that she was neither his servant nor subordinate. The girl explained that she didn't need to pay or be rewarded. The boy said he would remember that. For a moment, the balcony was in an uncomfortable silence, which Mrs. Belden broke, asking why the gentleman was fleeing. Noticing a certain embarrassment on the young man's face, the girl proposed not answering if he didn't want to. She explained that a girl wants to get engaged, that's why she chases him, and the young man feels uncomfortable about it. Mrs. Lilliam sighed sadly and said that such circumstances are disconcerting. The boy complained that if he doesn't communicate with that lady, she comes to his house regardless of the time. If he doesn't report where the gentleman is going, she follows him in disguise and gets angry if he is among other people. The young man recounted that he recently went to visit his family, but she started meddling in everything, as if she were his wife. The gentleman clarified that all requests to leave him alone are ignored, which is why he fears that sooner or later things will get worse. Lady Lilia pointed out that the harassment is serious and offered the young man to share her experiences with her family. In response, he just sighed sadly, and the girl to keep the conversation going. She also shared her problems with her fiancé. Lilia explained that her fiancé had betrayed her and wished she could open that door and shout at Richard about breaking the marriage promise. The girl determined that she didn't have enough status to do it. The end of the sentence was drowned out by the sound of the door opening. It was the stalker. She grabbed the boy's hand and shouted that he should have announced he was coming. The stalker shouted that she started to feel terribly nervous when the gentleman disappeared. She suddenly named him by his name. Lady Lilia couldn't believe what she was hearing, that the same gentleman who chose the box was Evantian, the demon of war. The stalker continued shouting at the boy and demanding accountability. Then she pointed at Mrs. Lilia. She asked who that woman was, but Mr. Evantian remained silent and didn't know what to answer. He looked closer and said he recognized the stranger as Mrs. Valden. Lilia couldn't do the same. No matter how hard she tried, she didn't recognize him. When the stalker grabbed Evantian's hand and shouted that she wouldn't give him to anyone, Lilia understood that she had to escape from there quickly. Mrs. Lilia mentally concluded that getting into such a provocative situation would bring nothing good. She smiled kindly and said it was time to return to the living room, but the stalker stood in her way. She asked if the lady intended to leave quietly after flirting with someone else's fiancé. The young brunette introduced herself as Carhane's fiancée, Stella Delot. Lady Baldwin remembered that her family and the Delots had been on bad terms for a long time. The incident with the carriage design is the most memorable of all the setbacks related to the Delots. Lilia remembered that several years ago her family launched luxurious carriages, but the design was stolen. A new model had to be designed urgently. There were disagreements, but in the end, it was Lilia who decided. Thanks to the support of her parents, her daughter's ideas could be implemented. Meanwhile, the Lotas presented their carriage with the stolen Baldwin design. But the newspapers claimed they had been developing it for years. Lilia remembered that after the presentation of the carriage with the stolen design, the Baldwin's carriage sales idea failed. Stella is the only daughter of the Lotas, but lately she changed a lot and lost weight. Lady Lilia thought she always avoided political conflicts, as they bored her. But things were different when it came to her enemy. Stella annoyedly asked Layla what she was doing on the terrace, but Mrs. Baldwin replied that she didn't understand what she was talking about. The young brunette shouted that Lilia was in the same place as a man who belongs to Stella. She said she knew the tricks Lilia used. And Mrs. Baldwin wondered why the brunette was so insecure. Lilia added that if Stella were secure, she wouldn't accuse everyone without reason. The brunette was shocked by Mrs. Baldwin's impertinence, who clarified that Stella invaded a private space without proof. Lilia remembered how a month ago she surprised her fiancé with infidelity and added sarcastically that Stella didn't surprise her kissing. But she already suspected. Lilia laughed, sarcastically called Stella fiancé, and added that almost nothing was known about her engagement. Lady Baldwin asked why Lady Delota was getting so upset and suggested that she simply didn't trust Evantian. Lilia said that, in that case, she understood why Stella had entered here so suddenly. The dark-haired girl glanced at Evantian and began to stammer that it wasn't like that. That Lilia was exaggerating. Lady Stella looked at Carchan's cruel face and asked if he was angry with her. Lady Baldwin fanned the flames, murmuring that it didn't seem like the fiancé trusted her fiancé. Then the dark-haired girl knelt before her beloved and shouted that she would leave first. and that she was very ashamed. Lady Stella shouted that it was absolutely not, because she didn't trust the young lord and fled. When the dark-haired girl disappeared from view, the boy looked surprised at Lady Lilia. She, with an impassive expression, asked if the young lord expected her to remain silent. And still when provoked to argue. Karchan commented that Milady behaved with great confidence and added that he envied her. The girl initially thought it was sarcasm. She couldn't believe that the sole heir of Avantian, known among the upper echelons of nobility, envied the daughter of a count. On the contrary, the person who should have the most self-control, no one is Karchan Avantian. The boy specified that he didn't lack that, as he himself understood that he wouldn't be a worthy heir. Karhan explained that he knew the things they said about him behind his back, that he was cruel and ruthless, that he had destroyed his brother and taken the inheritance. Lilia was surprised to hear this, because when she first met him in the store, she had found him a pleasant person. Her opinion did not coincide with those rumors. Karhan gave the impression of an educated person who didn't even mention his high status. During the argument on the terrace, he looked like a small, adorable teddy bear trapped between two giants. Lilia looked down sadly, thinking that, unlike the young lord, she gave a mistaken impression. Suddenly, the boy asked if she feared him, and in a bewildered tone asked her to clarify why she should be afraid. Karen began to explain that other people considered him bad, but Lilia interrupted him and said that what others thought didn't matter at all. Looking at the young lord, she thought that although he seemed intimidating, she had learned to read his face. Mrs. Lilia addressed the young man and asked if she was right in believing that he wasn't angry before, but only excited. Karhan was surprised by such skill, and Lilia apologized, adding that she had a good instinct for these things. The boy admitted that she was the first person who had correctly understood his emotions immediately. The young man nervously fiddled with his fingers and explained that he was used to misunderstandings. Since he spoke little and barely held conversations, he supposed the reason was that his face was quite scary. And at that moment, Lilia was almost speechless with amazement. She thought that if his face was considered ugly, there wouldn't be a single person in the entire empire whose face was acceptable. The girl asked why he thought that, and jokingly thought in her mind that, because of his perfect face, they would surely mistake him for a mannequin. The boy replied that people froze when they saw his face, and suggested it was because of the negative rumors. Lily tried to help him, advising him to smile more often to soften his face. Karchan tried to smile, and Lily concluded that the situation was truly critical. The girl thought that the boy didn't need to change, as he had a high status. But if people knew his true face, they would underestimate him. Lady Lily looked at the serious young man and considered that maintaining his appearance could be advantageous. The girl concluded with desolation that, even if the rumors were true, no one would tell him because of his social status. Mentioning social status, a brilliant idea came to her mind to dispel the rumors that caused fear in the boy. Lily approached the young man and told him she would help him in exchange for closing a deal with her. The girl affirmed that together they could break the engagements that bound them. The young man did not understand what deal Milady was mentioning. She replied that she wished to get rid of her fiancé. Lily supposed that Richard also did not want to get engaged to that stalker. The girl said she knew Stella de Lota well, which is why she stated with certainty that her obsession would only increase. She added that after the wedding, the crazy stalker would follow how the young man breathed. The girl's words didn't sit well with him at all, but he tried to resist and said it wasn't that simple. Lady Lily affirmed that she would not wait for an immediate answer and would give him time to think about it when he had a moment. Leaving the terrace, the girl proposed meeting in 3 days at 2 o'clock at the Central Clock Tower on Rydson Street. When Lady Lilia returned to the living room, Francisco and Malik surrounded her and asked simultaneously how everything went. Lady Lilia replied that the celebration was going perfectly, although there were some problems, and gave Richard a threatening look. Francisco asked who dared to interrupt his beautiful lady's rest. But Malik stopped him, saying there was no need to cause a scene here. Lady Baldwin said everything was fine and there was no need to worry, and added with satisfaction that she had already taken care of her revenge. Then she looked at her ex-fiancé, who was laughing and chatting with acquaintances, and smiled ironically. The next day, Lady Lilia woke up with a terrible headache and thought she would never drink alcohol again. Thoughts about the terrible hangover were interrupted by a knock from the maid, who reported that Lord Henry had ordered something to be delivered to her. She brought a tray with a cup of cream soup, and Lady Lilia was quite surprised by her older brother's gesture. She believed there would be some awkwardness between them after their conversation. But Henry forgave his sister and continues to take care of her. Lady Lilia asked the maid to convey words of gratitude to her brother, and added that she greatly enjoyed the meal. She thought apologizing to her brother was a good idea and supposed they could get along well. As before. Then she mentally concluded that for her family, she would find a way to annul the engagement peacefully, for which Lord Evanthian's status was needed. If Lilia used Karchin as a shield, even Richard wouldn't dare confront Evanthian. In exchange for status, the Baldwin family will provide wealth that the Loda family never imagined. The girl thought it was a fair exchange, so she didn't have to feel guilty towards the Lodas. Lily stretched happily and considered that the first thing to do was get Karchin's consent. Although making a deal under these conditions was like winning the lottery. 3 days later, at the agreed time, a beautiful carriage stopped next to the clock tower. Mrs. Lily was traveling in it, thinking she had an hour left until the meeting, so she had time to resolve her errands nearby. Among the crowd in the square, Lily saw a familiar figure in the carriage window. It was Mr. Karchin Evanthian. At first she thought she was imagining it, as nobles usually arrive late. Mrs. Baldwin considered the young lord to be an extremely careful person, and asked to stop the carriage to get out. Leaving the carriage, Lily sadly concluded that she would have to postpone her tasks. Suddenly, a passerby dropped a bag of apples that scattered all over the square. One of the apples reached Mr. Evanthian's feet, who picked it up and handed it back to the old man, who was gathering them back into the bag. The old man was happy at first, then suddenly shouted and knelt down, begging not to touch the fruit, because it was his family's food for today. The people in the square began to whisper and comment, thinking that a high noble was taking the old man's food. They were surprised that the gentleman had no compassion and seemed very fierce. Among the crowd was Mrs. Lily, who observed the gentleman's calm reaction to the public misunderstanding. The girl concluded that this did not mean the boy didn't care, or that he had completely accepted the situation. When the apple seller hurried away, Lily approached Karkin and asked him why he had arrived so early. The young man replied that it was just in case, and Lily smiled upon understanding that the boy wished to help others. Although he knows it won't be entirely clear, he continues to help others. That means he doesn't show off his power like other nobles. Lily understood that Karkin was a good person by nature, and wondered how he had managed to hide his essence for so long. The girl lied, saying she had arrived early because she had errands nearby that were unexpectedly cancelled. Mrs. Belden considered that talking there would not be comfortable and proposed moving to another place. Young Lord Karkin was surprised by Mrs. Layla's proposal, but did not reject it. Lily and Richard entered a cozy cafe and sat at a table. A waiter approached. He asked what they would order. Karkin had no idea what to choose from the menu, so he let Lily place the order. When the girl ordered 2 milk infusions, the waiter nodded, and the young lord commented on how quiet the cafe was. Mrs. Lily explained that an order had been given not to let anyone in. The boy supposed she had rented it. The girl replied that 2 days earlier she had bought the cafe, as well as several nearby establishments. So this place would be their base. Mrs. Lily asked why Mr. Karkin had come without an escort. The boy hesitated and replied that he had urgent matters. The young man said he didn't need an escort, as strangers dared not approach. And he remembered the incident with the apples. When the waiter placed the ordered cup of tea on the table, Lilia decided to address the topic of the meeting, and reminded him of her proposal. 3 days ago, Lilia had proposed an agreement to him, although he showed less interest. since his engagement was still being discussed. A second later, the young man stated that he was actually there to communicate his rejection to the girl. He explained sadly that he could not annul the engagement on his own. That's why he rejected the agreement. The girl was surprised to hear him, but although he uttered the rejection, his face conveyed the opposite. Lilia asked if he truly had no intention of breaking the engagement. He replied that currently his family was negotiating the matter and did not wish to create problems. Lilia seriously clarified that she was interested in the young man's personal opinion, not external causes. He opened his eyes in surprise upon realizing that someone was interested in his personal opinion. The girl explained that it concerned Mr. Carhan's engagement, so it was logical that she wanted to know his opinion. She said she wouldn't insist on the agreement if that was his decision, and then asked if he really wanted to get married. The young man did not answer, so Mrs. Lilia ventured that he was enduring something he didn't like. Carhan nodded his head and said he doubted he could make a decision on his own. Lilia added sugar to the tea and asked what the problem was. Carhan replied that he lacked courage. The girl assured him that she used to be like that too, unable to make decisions and always following others' opinions. Lily confessed that she no longer wanted to live like that because she felt miserable then. Carhan protested and asked what others would say. The young woman replied that they could criticize or point fingers. Mrs. Lily took a sip of tea and added that nothing can be done about public opinion. But no one will live her life for her. The young woman supposed the boy is afraid. Her eyes shone with enthusiasm, and she proposed saying that she had deceived Mr. Carchan. Mrs. Lily assured the young lord that if something went wrong, she would take responsibility. Carchan looked at his smiling interlocutor and said she seemed like an amazing person to trust. The young man said he wants to change with the girl's help and added that he no longer wants to deceive himself. Mr. Avantian stated seriously that he accepted Mrs. Valden's proposal. The young woman said she was happy that the boy had decided on his own after thinking it over well, and then handed him the contract. According to the contract, during the agreed period, they will act as fictional lovers, and they will not be able to have romantic relationships with each other. Lily informed that he could review the transaction contract if the young man had any observations. While keeping silent, she opted to summarize the contract content and affirmed that they would act like lovers. Lily added that negative rumors would arise at first, but they would disappear over time. Carchan said he had only one question. He asked why everything had to look exactly like this. The young woman replied that love is a valid reason to annul an engagement. The young woman gave her own engagement as an example. Difficult to annul because her fiancé has a higher position than her. He has a connection with the emperor. Therefore, acting without caution could bring problems to her family. That is why Mrs. Lilia wants to use Mr. Carchan and his position as a shield. Richard Thurston is weak against someone stronger, so it is necessary for Lilia Balden that her partner is a member of the Avantian family. Richard's supporters will be cautious with Lilia and will not be able to take radical measures against Mr. Carchan's family immediately. Then, Lilia remembered that the Duke's family also wants their heir to marry soon. She said it is a more suitable option than Estella de Lota. Lilia thought that at first the Duke's family might object, but in the end they will accept her. At least, compared to Estella, Lilia does not have so many disadvantages. Carchan asked if they weren't going to pretend to be lovers forever. The girl replied no and pointed to a line in the contract. It indicated there that the term of the transaction was 1 year. The girl added that she would have time to prepare countermeasures. The boy asked what would happen if they tried to break the contract. The girl jokingly replied that she would find out when she tried. Young Lord Carchan smiled and said he would sign that contract. The boy carefully wrote his initials and signature. The girl pointed out that rumors could arise in society. Lilia clarified that the couple couldn't suddenly become lovers, so it was necessary to say that they had fallen in love at first sight. She said it solemnly. From that moment, they would play the role of a loving couple, where Carchan would take care of the status, and she the money. The young lord sighed exaggeratedly, and with a mocking smile, said he would do his best. The duke's son and the count's daughter celebrated the contract, unaware that their fake relationship would become famous throughout the empire. The young woman could exhale in relief, as the contract was closed. Although she looked at her smiling interlocutor enjoying the delicious tea, her heart skipped a beat thinking that, as soon as people found out how soft Karchen's character was, they would start underestimating him. Society did not understand the boy. Lilia could use him as a shield. But her conscience didn't allow it. Lilia said that since the gentleman had signed the contract, she wanted to help resolve the misunderstandings related to his appearance. Karchen was greatly surprised that Lilia remembered what he had said earlier. She replied that she couldn't forget it, as she had promised. Lady Baldin thought to herself that anyone who approached Evantian with unconfessed intentions, she would personally take care of. The young woman proposed walking through the shops and buying new clothes to change style, so it would be easier for people to approach him. Karchen agreed. They left the cafe for the square full of shops. Lilia asked if he had any preferences. The young lord replied no. And the young woman smiled and supposed that in Lord's closet there was nothing but black clothes. Karchen was surprised, and Lilia thought it wasn't hard to guess, as she had always seen him in that color. Lady Baldin reminded the duke's son that his contract had a clause about pretending to be a loving couple, and asked him to walk next to her. Kadjart was perplexed, but approached the young woman. Suddenly, a male voice was heard addressing Lilia. Lady Baldin turned around and saw her ex-fiancé, hugged by a brunette. Richard was confused and moved away from the dark-haired young woman, pretending not to know her. Her ex-boyfriend asked to talk, but Lily mentally wondered why this meeting had to happen today. The young woman's face contorted as she recalled her last conversation with her ex-fiancé, who was stuttering apologies, promising a gift to repair the guilt. Richard begged her not to feel bad, explaining that he didn't know female preferences, and seeking help from the stranger. Lily laughed mentally and wondered what kind of gift it could be if they were surrounded by men's clothing stores. The young woman told her ex that they had been together for 5 years, that he didn't remember her tastes. And yet he asked someone he didn't even know for help. Lady Lily concluded that they had a superficial relationship and asked him not to try so hard. She explained that any word from her would sound empty, and an angry grimace appeared on her ex's face. He pointed to Karchen next to Lily and accused her of being the one dating any boy. Then the young woman activated her actress mode and told him it was an incredible coincidence, since she wanted to tell Richard something. Lily hugged Karchen Evanthian and introduced him as the man she loves. Richard couldn't believe it. That boy kills without blinking if he feels offended. He is known as a murderer on the battlefield. At dinner, Richard was afraid to look at Mr. Evantian for more than 3 seconds, because according to rumors, he would slit his throat. Lily's ex-fiancé couldn't understand how he got to know the implacable heir of the Terzian family. The young woman cheerfully announced that they met at a dinner and fell in love at first sight. She deduced it was destiny. Lilia asked if it was so. Karchen confirmed her words, and the lovers exchanged long and tender glances. Richard didn't believe his ex-girlfriend was telling the truth. She replied that she was not lying, and added that lately she had clearly lost interest in her boyfriend. Richard felt it was a lie, because Lilia couldn't have loved anyone but him, much less someone known as a murderer on the battlefield. Richard mentally told his ex-girlfriend that before she smiled like a fool when she looked at him. He knew she liked him so much that she could ask him for anything. Remembering this, Richard became furious and thought he would never give Lilia away to another boy so easily. Suddenly, Mrs. Lilia said there was something she should have told him at the banquet, and asked to annul the marriage promise. Mrs. Baldin informed that she would send a letter with the demands when she was ready. Then she turned sharply to leave. Richard became furious and ran after the fleeing Lilia, asking how she could treat him like that. The enraged ex-boyfriend was stopped by the hand of Mr. Karen, upon seeing his stern gaze. Richard's legs trembled, and he fell to his knees. Mrs. Lilyha intervened in the situation, telling her beloved that it wasn't worth bothering with this villain. She told him everything was fine and proposed continuing with her. As Karen and Lilyha walked down the street, the boy lagged behind the girl. This bothered her a little. She turned sharply and asked if the gentleman had forgotten again that he should walk next to her. The girl said she didn't expect to run into Richard and asked if her Lord Avantian was so upset because of that. He replied that he then acted instinctively and didn't notice how he moved. Since Richard approached Milady, the girl thanked Milord for the help. She mocked and added that he would need more practice. Mr. Garkin asked if everything had gone so badly, and Lilia replied that for a first time it wasn't so bad. Richard even fooled himself. The girl looked at the young lord and thought that Richard's appearance had been quite unexpected for him. From the moment his former lover crossed paths, Mr. Avantian seemed to break inside. Fortunately, his stern expression hid everything. But at this rate, it's only a matter of time before they discover their deception. Lady Baldwin wondered how the young man had managed to hide his true character until now. Richard, overwhelmed by anger, needed to immerse himself in strong alcohol to forget his pain. He sat at the bar, calling Lilia a villain who had shamelessly deceived him, since she couldn't love anyone but him. Staggering after drinking wine, the young man kept walking the streets, silently repeating to himself that he was his only savior. Richard thought that he was the heir of the noble family of Marquis Tertian. Moreover, his father held a high position at the imperial court. The palace itself had become a kind of playground for him. But one normal day changed his life. He saw a girl faint in the garden and called a doctor. The next day, the stranger introduced herself personally to Richard. She turned out to be the younger sister of the noble Baldwin family, and the young man didn't understand why she had come. Richard wondered if she had come with gratitude or with a proposal to maintain contact after the incident. He looked at the guest and understood that she was not his type. The girl raised her hand to call her accompanying knight. She left a tray with several boxes on the table. Lady Baldwin said it was a gift for saving her life. Upon opening them, Richard saw a multitude of jewels with gold and precious stones. The boy was perplexed to see it. He pointed to one of the boxes and asked if that bracelet was worth as much as 3 shops. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Richard pointed out that the Baldwin family was capable of rewarding him for calling a doctor for their daughter. The young man concluded that he had to conquer the generous girl from such a wealthy family. From that moment, he began to look for information to conquer Lilith Baldwin's heart, pretending to run into her by chance, pretending that their tastes matched those of the young woman, and so, after months of effort, Richard achieved his goal. Lilith finally confessed that they had a lot in common and that they got along very well. It was easy for the young man to deceive the innocent girl. They became a couple, then they got engaged. And they were one step away from getting married. But being young and rich, he couldn't dedicate his whole life to just one woman like that. Upon realizing this, Richard began to live the night, enjoying bars, taverns, restaurants, and the prostitute area. The money Lady Lilith gave her fiancé was enough for rest, entertainment, and courting various women. Meanwhile, he even managed to find a permanent companion who perfectly matched his tastes. But one incident ruined all the fun. The irresponsible fiancé understood that he was guilty in this situation, but tried to resolve it quickly. The best way out of this uncomfortable situation was to accuse the fiancé. Perhaps she would feel sad and hurt. The boy knew that Mrs. Baldwin loved him so much that she couldn't live without Mr. Richard. That's why there was no reason to worry. But everything changed when she hugged another boy and claimed he was the man she loved. Richard drank and suffered from the impossibility of the situation. Suddenly, he thought that perhaps he could win back Lillian's affection. The boy looked at the girls at the next table and thought he should provoke jealousy. Suddenly, it occurred to Richard that Lillian was trying to make him jealous, showing a happy appearance next to another boy. Richard smiled, as Lillian had come up with a good idea to provoke her fiancé. So his task was to comfort her appropriately. Meanwhile, Mrs. Baldwin was returning to her parents' castle, escorted by knights. Francisco asked if the lady was okay. She understood that the boy was hinting at something and became interested in what he wanted to say. The knight said that from the little box shop, he wanted to ask if Mrs. Baldwin didn't find Mr. Evantian dangerous. The girl replied that she didn't think the young lord had made a bad impression, and added that she had already made a decision. Lady Lillian pleaded with the knight not to worry, as she had deactivated, and moved Richard away, even better than she expected. Leaving the castle gates, the girl informed Francisco and Malik that everything that happened today must be kept secret. On the main staircase, Mrs. Baldwin saw her parents, Count Cliff with tears about to fall, and Countess Violetta. A second later, Count Baldwin ran down the stairs and shouted that he was happy to see his daughter, since he hadn't had time to say goodbye before she left. The man approached quickly. He got angry seeing that the young woman had lost weight, and then asked her why she hadn't left her room for a month. The Count did not calm down. He kept hugging his daughter, examining her, caressing her cheeks, and constantly asking her if she was eating enough. What and how much? The interrogation was interrupted by the Count's wife, who invited Lilia and the Count to the living room to talk. Upon entering the room, the girl whispered to her father to sit next to her, and Lady Baldwin asked what had happened between Lilia and Richard. The woman said firmly that the wedding would be soon, and that it was unacceptable for the fiancée to lock herself in her room over a small argument. She added that having a scandal once or twice was normal, but causing conflicts again was too much. She asked the girl what on earth she had been thinking, and Lilia considered whether to confess now that the fiancé was having an affair. She sadly concluded that she still couldn't do it, because if her family found out, they would want to meet Richard. Lilia had just signed a contract with Mr. Evantian and couldn't act unprepared against the Tertian family. The young woman announced loudly that she wished to speak in the presence of the whole family, including her older brother. Then she addressed her mother and father, and sincerely expressed her apologies for causing them trouble with her scenes and fits of anger. Lady Lilia considered that she would have to apologize more than once, and shouted that she demanded the end of the engagement. The parents were surprised by what they heard, but their daughter added that it was not a whim, but a necessity. The Countess smiled and asked if Lilia was really well now, and if those things Henry mentions were true. The girl blushed, but replied that everything was fine, that she had simply fallen in love with someone else. The Count and Countess softened their words upon hearing the news. Then they turned to exchange protests. They decided they should let their daughter speak, and cautiously asked who her chosen one was now. After a brief silence, Lady Lilia decided to utter the name of young Lord Carhan Evantian. Upon hearing that name, the parents paled with horror. Then, Count Baldwin was struck by a sudden pain in his heart. Meanwhile, the Duke's son appeared at his family's castle. His new appearance frightened even the servants. The young lord stealthily approached the mirror to admire his new look. The boy concluded that his appearance had turned out more pleasant. Karen remembered that Lilia had asked him to come to the next meeting in those clothes. She also mentioned the need to train his expressiveness. The young lord tried to smile broadly, but the mirror broke. The boy concluded that a plaster statue would do better. Carhan remembered a moment from his childhood when he tried to smile, but she shouted at him never to do it. One day, his bird died for some reason. The boy went to complain to his mother, but she shouted that she didn't want to see him. The Duke's son decided not to delve into sad memories and concluded that he wanted to be like Lady Lilia. But he thought, at first she acted strangely. She went to look for him first and offered free help. She got annoyed when he paid her with money. Then she proposed closing a deal, revealing a new opportunity in life. The Duke's son believed that his opinion didn't matter. The correct way to act was to follow others' expectations. Deep down, an inexplicable discontent grew in his heart. He didn't know whether to go with the flow or wander aimlessly. Just at that confusing moment, a white hand was extended towards him. In the young lord awoke the desire to change and resemble Lady Lilia. Young Teshin Herwin entered Mr. Carhan's room and apologized for his prolonged absence. Suddenly, the dark-haired young man's eyes widened when he saw his lord's new appearance. Mr. Carhan became nervous and asked if his clothes looked ridiculous or foolish. Teshin protested. He remembered that they had previously agreed that the young lord would only wear black outfits. Teshin explained that this way the intimidating image of someone unreachable to scare all enemies was maintained. He argued that such people would take advantage of the lord if they discovered his good character. Teshin rhetorically asked if Carhan wore that suit at the party and pointed to the document with a seal. As he read, the indignation of the green-eyed young man grew. He asserted that they had deceived him during his absence. The green-eyed young man asked what the words on the paper about helping each other to break the engagement meant. Mr. Carhan mentally apologized to Lady Baldwin for not keeping their deal secret. The Duke's son started explaining the content of the contract, but upon hearing about contractual relationships, Tizian shouted immediately. He shouted how Carhan dared to make such an important decision in his absence. The young lord replied that he decided on his own. After all, he has his own head on his shoulders. The Duke's son clarified to Tizian that someone else's will is not a mistake, but his own decision. The dark-haired young man finally regained his composure, and in a calm tone. He asked when Mr. Carhan would meet Mrs. Valden. The gentleman replied that in 4 days. The dark-haired young man said he would also attend that meeting to check the reliability of his lordship. Carhan remembered how he said goodbye to Lilia after spending time in the tea cafe and walking through men's clothing stores. They hadn't agreed to meet again, and perfect natural behavior, since it had worked well for Richard to believe it. For everything to remain realistic, they needed to interact and get to know each other better. On the agreed day, Lilia prepared for the meeting and thought about how lucky she had been to find her fake partner. But the next step was quite problematic, since according to imperial laws, to annul a marriage promise, the consent of both parties was needed. In the worst case, one could go to court, but then the matter would drag on too long. And one would like to resolve it quickly. Lilia sighed perplexedly, as she didn't know how to obtain Richard's consent. Suddenly, Malik called Mrs. Lilia's room and announced that he had brought a letter from the imperial palace related to the tea cafe. The young woman quickly read the lines and concluded that she would have to change the meeting place with Mr. Carhan. She asked the knight to send someone to the Duke's castle and give notice of the change of meeting place. At the agreed time, Mr. Carhan arrived at the new location with Tezan, whom Lilia had informed. The young woman greeted him, but upon noticing an unfamiliar face next to the young lord, she asked who it was, and if he could be trusted. The Duke's son explained to Mrs. Baldwin that this man was his assistant and that he had full confidence in him. Mr. Evantion apologized and sadly said that due to his carelessness, the terms of the contract had been violated. The young woman cast a glance at the young lord's assistant and understood that he treated him with disdain and distrust. The lady said that then everything was fine and pointed to the companions, adding that they also knew everything. Mrs. Valden introduced herself and extended her hand to the new acquaintance, who gave his name, and also extended his hand for a shake. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze in surprise when Tyson glanced at the meeting place. Around him were simple antique furniture and wooden boxes. Tyson shouted that it was an insult to them. Mr. Carhan tried to calm his assistant, but Mrs. Lilia just smiled and apologized for the unexpected change of location. The young woman explained that before the meeting, a letter arrived from the imperial palace stating that the cafe was scheduled for reconstruction. Lilia clarified that access to the tea cafe was prohibited, but a large amount of money was paid as compensation. Tertian was amazed, and Mrs. Lilia explained that in the future, there would be more situations like this, since she was very lucky. The lady invited the guests to sit down, explaining that the place was chosen at the last minute, and there wasn't even any appetizers. The lady turned to Francisco, who was burning with anger, and asked him to bring something to drink. Lady Lillian proposed moving to the main point, but her assistant interrupted and informed her that he had something to say. After clearing his throat, the dark-haired boy demanded the contract be annulled, since the Lord does not like to meddle in problematic matters. Tizian asserted that he does not know the lady's true intentions, and asked if she couldn't avoid involving the Lord in her affairs. It occurred to the young woman that the green-eyed boy looked more like a tutor than an assistant. The girl asked if the young lord was really afraid of associating with others. Milady pointed out that, as an assistant, he should know the rumors circulating about his lord. Lady Lillian firmly asked if the request to annul the agreement was Mr. Evantion's personal wish, or Tizian's decision. She thought she would understand if the assistant had pointed out something about the contract terms. She would even accept if the boy had asked the Lord if he was sure about participating in this suspicious affair. However, she fears that the true nature of Mr. Evantion will become evident to others. Tizian uses rumors as a shield to create a barrier between his lord and those around him. The avoidance of contact with other people will inevitably lead to isolation. Perhaps it doesn't seem like a bad option. Lillian considered that now was the opportune moment and asked aloud if the young lord really wished to spend his whole life in solitude. Lady Lillian mentioned that rumors and gossip will get worse, but their creator will never deny it. Like now, the dark-haired boy felt that he was protecting Lord Carhan, the man he met on the battlefield. He was the one who easily endured losses and, even in harsh conditions, strove to take care of others. There was a moment when Teshin was left in the middle of the battlefield with a broken leg, and he thought he couldn't take any more. The enemy raised his sword over the wounded man to kill him, but the Duke's son blocked the attack. He was the only one who risked his life to save the green-eyed boy's life. That is why, when Lord Carhan became the Duke's heir, Teshin decided that he must anticipate any danger. Suddenly, the young lord touched his shoulder and thanked him for taking care of him. He affirmed that he had depended too much on his assistant, and from now on would make decisions by himself. The assistant's eyes filled with tears, and the lord apologized for being a bad boss, and said he was trying to change. Teshin couldn't contain his emotions. He cried and admitted that he had been wrong, and that everything he had done was only for him. Francisco cheerfully announced their return, but upon seeing the sad faces, he asked Malik what had happened. He explained to his companion that his lady had changed to another person, and Teshin bowed respectfully to Mrs. Lilia. She decided that it was time to address the main topic of this meeting. Thanks to Francisco, the table where Mrs. Lilia and Mr. Carjan were sitting was overflowing with drinks and appetizers. The young woman proposed talking while having a drink, and the young man approached the teacup. Mrs. Lilia offered sugar and milk, adding that last time it seemed to her that he liked tea with milk. Tizian interrupted the conversation and indignantly said that his lord does not like sweets. Lilia was very surprised, because with her own eyes she saw in the cafe how Karkin enjoyed the tea. She looked at him and said it tasted good. The girl said that for that very reason she supposed the young lord liked sweets. The Duke's son shyly said that he liked sweets, which shocked Tizian. He asked indignantly, "Since when have you changed your tastes, my lord?" The young lord replied that it was actually simple. No one had offered him anything similar before. Karkan's assistant exclaimed that it was incredible, since he had been serving his lord for many years and yet he doesn't know his tastes. Tizian addressed Lady Baldin, asking how she managed to find out. She replied that it was written on Mr. Evantion's face. The dark-haired boy looked intently at his lord's emotionless face and asked Milady if she wasn't joking. Instead of answering, Lady Lilia laughed and said that now that they are on the same side, it is logical to talk more about the contract. Lady Lilia recounted that she and Mr. Evantion agreed to be lovers for a time and annul their engagements. According to the contract terms, when everything is done, the fake lovers will part honorably. Milady added that she agreed to help Lord Carkan avoid misunderstandings caused by his appearance. The boy deduced that he didn't fully understand him and mistakenly scorned him at first, since many approach the Lord with hidden intentions. The girl said she understands and is not offended. Then she added that this meeting is for chatting. Lady added that this would help them interpret the lovers more realistically. Then she asked Mr. Karkin if he had had relationships before. He replied with a blush that he never had. Tessian, Francisco, and Malik blushed like tomatoes. From their reaction, Lady Baldwin understood that none of those present in the room, except her, had had relations. The girl concluded with regret that the young lord's current skills are useless, since he can't even smile correctly. Pretending with him would be difficult, as his facial expressions are quite limited. In that case, only one option remains: to get to know each other really well. Lady Lily came up with a brilliant idea and proposed a date to Mr. Karkin. Walking through the city streets, Lily saw how passers-by whispered among themselves. The girl understood them, as she herself realized that she looked like a terrible mess. And the boys behind her, like her clumsy companions. Lady hesitated where to start, but suddenly nothing came to mind. On her dates with her ex-fiancé, they sometimes went to a popular opera and then stocked up on men's clothing without fail. Lady Lily turned around and asked if it seemed right to the gentleman that the lord was wearing the wrong clothes they bought at the last meeting. The boy blushed and didn't know what to say, only throwing a furious look at his assistant. Lady supposed that the previous choice had been too hasty and proposed visiting men's clothing stores. The young man agreed, and the young woman indicated that, from now on, they should agree to call each other by their names. Lady Lilia laughed seeing Mr. Karkin's reaction and explained that it would be easier to pretend they were lovers that way. The young man blushed so much that he looked like a huge, clumsy teddy bear. The girl thought to herself that Tyson probably hadn't educated his lord well on dealing with strangers. Lilia deduced that the young man was so shy that he would scare away anyone who wanted to approach. The young woman considered that the rumors about the Duke's son were too grim, and wished they were more moderate. According to Lilia, they should mention not only his flaws but also his virtues. A question did not leave Lady Baldwin alone: how to make gossips not see him as weak and soft. Mr. Karkin and Lady Lilia arrived at the Easton Tailor Boutique, which set fashion trends for the entire empire. The business is known not only for the quality of its products, but also for its excellent service. Lilia used to come here with Richard. That's why she wasn't surprised when the salespeople and advisors of the boutique lined up in front of her with greetings. The business manager also came out to the sales floor to greet her regular customer. The woman said it was an honor to see Lady Lilia and Mr. Richard in her boutique. But upon examining the young man accompanying her, she was surprised to realize that she had made a blunder in 10 years of work. After apologizing, the manager decided to continue the conversation as naturally as possible, and suggested looking at the new ribbon items. The woman offered help to Lady Baldwin if she needed to choose a specific product. But the young woman declined. She smiled and said she would review everything on her own and at a slow pace. The manager nodded in response, wished a good time, and joined the line of salespeople and advisors. The woman whispered to the saleswoman next to her that the boy who came with a regular customer looked strange. The saleswoman confirmed this and added that this customer had an intimidating appearance compared to Mr. Richard. The manager replied that he didn't look like an ordinary man and advised her to be careful with him. Lady Lilia examined a variety of items and asked the Duke's son's opinion on almost everyone. The manager noticed this and wondered how one could ask something about clothes from someone whose face showed no expression. The woman showed no sign of it and kept smiling, while discreetly observing the boy's face, as if wanting to kill someone. She thought the expression was too stern for someone simply choosing men's clothing. Lilia showed Karjan a green coat with orange inserts and asked what the boy thought. He remained silent. She added that there was no need to be ashamed, as she wanted to know his real tastes and preferences. Then, the boy admitted that clothing with such a color palette seemed striking to him and overwhelming. The girl looked at him distrustfully. The girl explained that the suit was considered fashionable and proposed buying it for the future, since tastes can change over time. Suddenly, the young man said he had enough clothes and proposed choosing something from a lady among the dresses. She felt flattered that Lord Avanthion had finally taken the initiative. The boy walked among the shelves, carefully examining each product, while the girl got excited seeing his concentrated expression. Mr. Karchin approached Lady Lily holding a dress and told her he had found something that would suit her well, although he wasn't sure she would like it. The girl felt deeply moved, as she realized it was the first time someone had chosen clothes for her. Her ex-fiancé had enthusiastically chosen only men's suits, just for himself. Due to Lily's prolonged silence, the boy thought the girl hadn't liked the dress he proposed. He, with a shy gesture, said he would choose something different, but the young woman protested and explained that she loved it. Lady Lily clarified that these were not empty words, that it was the pure truth, and added that the young lord had a perceptive look. Hearing this, Karchin broke into a sweet smile, his cheeks flushed, and confessed that no one had ever told him anything like that. The girl got excited and proposed to the boy that they try on the clothes they had mutually chosen. He agreed. Immediately, the boutique advisors arrived and asked them to follow them to the fitting rooms. As Mr. Karchin walked towards the fitting rooms, the girl reflected and remembered his recent smile. She hadn't even imagined he was capable of making such an expression. Suddenly, she realized that the longer she spent with the young lord, the more she discovered about his personality. A short while later, the young man came out of the fitting room in a small collared shirt and an impeccable white suit. Everyone present in the store was dumbfounded when they saw him. He asked confusedly what was happening. Lady Lilia replied that choosing this dress was an excellent decision, as it suits Mr. Karchin perfectly. At that moment, he noticed the girl in the new dress that he himself had chosen, and commented that it looked wonderful on Lilia. The young woman thanked the boy and proposed to move on, as they had finished with the clothes. Lily Baldwin recounted that while trying them on, she asked them to pack all the clothes they had chosen. For some reason, Mr. Avanthion smiled ironically and stated that this time he would take care of paying for all the purchases. The boy told Lilia that since they met, she had always received something from him, and now he wanted to return the favor for the first time. The girl blushed and timidly informed the boy that the place was hers. Lady Lilia added that from that moment on, he could use that store as if it were his own wardrobe. Leaving the store, the girl saw a poster with the image of a suit that her ex-fiancé wore on their last date. She asked if Mr. Richard visited this place without her, and the manager replied frequently. The last time was 2 days ago. For some reason, this did not cause sadness to Lady Lilia, and she left the premises with a smile on her face. Lady Baldwin thought that her ex-boyfriend was, after all, a shameless scoundrel for hanging around the shop of the woman who had been unfaithful to him. The girl didn't want Richard to keep seeing her as weak or taking advantage of her. Therefore, upon leaving her store, she announced to all staff that from that day on, members of the Tertian family were prohibited from entering. Leaving the store, Lilia and Karen found Francisco and Tizian arguing among themselves. Francisco passionately defended that his lady was beautiful in any dress, while Tizian shouted that the lord was perfect even without a new suit. Lady Lilia asked Malik how long the argument had been going on. He replied affirmatively. The girl concluded that at least they had found something to talk about, something that would be useful to them, since they would have to meet frequently. Lady Lilia clapped to get the companion's attention. She suggested everyone go out to dinner somewhere. Everyone agreed. At the restaurant, Lady Lilia handed the menu to Lord Karchin and asked him to choose something to his liking. The young man studied the menu for too long. Lilia was surprised how a simple choice could take so long. The girl concluded that it saddened her a little that even in such a situation, the young man had so many difficulties. Lilia thought she should give him the opportunity to face different situations and help him express his opinion without becoming paralyzed. The girl asked Karchin how smiling was going. He replied that he wasn't having much success with it. Lilia replied that he simply needed to practice more. She had also heard that a massage to relax facial muscles helped. At that moment, as the boy was trying to massage his neck, a waiter approached the table and served the dishes the couple had ordered. He placed a plate with green salad in front of Milady, and a plate with a steak in front of the lord. The girl said she had ordered the steak. The waiter apologized for the mistake. He exchanged the steak plate and asked whom he should put the salad in front of. There was no answer, but Karhan shyly raised his hand and, pale with fear, barely mumbled that it was his order. The young man thought that he probably needed more practice in social skills. The girl said that perhaps they should start practicing calling each other by their names now. Lilia added that since they met, she was the only one who had called him by his name. And suddenly, the boy took the plate with his steak. He said he would cut it, and the girl watched him with admiration as the lord cut the meat into uniform slices. Lilia noticed that dinner resembled a real date, and inwardly thought that it had been a long time since she had experienced something like this. Karkin affirmed that if it was a date, next time he would do much better. Then the boy turned to her and asked her to help him, as he would do his best. Mrs. Lilia smiled conspiratorially and proposed calling her by her name right now. Surprised by the request, the lord dropped his fork and only emitted incoherent sounds. Lilia laughed and commented that, obviously, it would take the boy a long time to practice that. She added that there were still many things to learn. Smiling, using the right names. Lord Karkin sighed heavily and solemnly promised that he would make every effort to achieve it. After finishing dinner at the restaurant, Lilia wanted to get into the carriage, but turned around upon seeing Karkin ask if everything had gone well. The young man clarified that he supposed his personality might make the girl uncomfortable. He admitted that he would do everything possible not to cause trouble during the fulfillment of the contract. Lily replied that if he continued like this, he would definitely change soon. The girl promised to do everything necessary to help Mr. Avancian. For the next meeting, she asked him to bring the most useless object recently purchased, preferably in its original packaging. The young man asked what it would be for. Lady Lily replied that she would explain when the time came. When the girl's carriage drove away, Teshin said that Lady Baldin seemed like a good person. Mr. Karchin smiled kindly and confirmed the assistant's words. But Tizian couldn't believe he saw his lord like this. The boy looked at his lord and understood that he had come to this meeting intending to discover Lady Baldin's true intentions. Tizian mentally reflected that, instead, Milady convinced him that she was the person who would change Mr. Karchin. The assistant warned his lord that he would face many unpleasant things in the future, since his family would not approve of the changes. The ambitious elders want to control Mr. Karchin, while the Duke and the Duchess use the engagement to achieve their goals. Estella de Lota was chosen among other daughters of noble families only for her family's amount of money. People like the Duke and his wife will not allow Mr. Karchin to act on his own. Tizian said they should prepare well, and Mr. Karchin replied that first he wants to find a suitable place to read. The assistant asked his lord what books he was holding. The young man replied that they were a gift from Milady. Tizian continued to ask his lord about the books and if the gifted literature would help change the lord. A stranger was watching and wondering if the boy who had been with her all night was Mrs. Baldin's fiancé. Once, the entire Countess Baldin family gathered to discuss Miss Lily's new chosen one. Henry, Lily's brother, complained that he had barely gotten over the news of the broken engagement when his sister told him about her new sweetheart. The young man told his parents that he had found several documents with information about Mr. Avantion. Henry observed with regret that almost all documents described his actions on the battlefield. But there was no information about his personal life. Violetta Balt studied the document indicating that the Duke's son participated in the war for the first time at the age of 14. Usually, the legitimate sons of the Duke are rarely sent to the battlefield, although they can participate voluntarily in battles. But a person in their right mind would never seek their own death. In society, it is rumored that Mr. Avantion is an insatiable man, without compassion or tears, and that he killed his brother. Count Baldin wondered how his daughter had fallen in love with someone like him. Lily's mother asked if someone had met Mr. Avantion in person, since the rumors could be false. Count Cliff became very angry and started shouting that even if the rumors are exaggerated, they are not unfounded. The man concluded that if there is the slightest probability that Mr. Avantion is dangerous, his daughter must stay away from him immediately. The Count proposed gifting a castle to Lord Carhan so he would leave Lily alone. Henry replied that it wouldn't work, since the Avantian Duke's family is famous for its wealth. The Count proposed telling his daughter about the bad rumors related to her fiancé. Violetta Valden explained that Lily already knew everything. Count Cliff said that then he would announce a hunger strike. Lily's father supposed that his daughter would lock herself in her room again for a month, refusing to leave her beloved. Violetta replied that, in that case, there was no need to rush, but rather to follow the Lord to understand if he is really a good person. Henry proposed participating in the matter. He asserted that he would continue his investigation and report if there was any interesting information. Meanwhile, in the garden behind the Count's mansion, Mrs. Baldwin was reviewing letters. Since she had dedicated a lot of time to Mr. Carhan, all those letters had been written at the suggestion of Lord Richard. They asked him to buy something, invest in something, or make a donation. Lily was annoyed that her ex-fiancé was still using her name. Defeated, she leaned back in her chair and couldn't decide what to do to get rid of her ex-fiancé, who resembled a leech. The lady hadn't considered it before, as she truly believed she would be Richard's wife. But now all this bored her. She understood that she finally wanted to act on her own. A brilliant idea came to her, starting a business. She remembered how fun it was as a child to watch her parents work and collaborate in their affairs. She decided that, after the engagement was broken, she should talk to them about launching her own venture. Suddenly, a servant called Lilia and told her that gifts and a letter from the Tertian Marquisate had arrived. The Baroness read that Richard wishes to continue their last conversation and invites her for a talk at his castle. At the end, there was a note saying that the flowers symbolize his feelings. Lilia laughed, supposing Richard had broken his legs. The young woman informed the servant that she saw no other valid reason not to go in person, and asked him to visit her house. Lilia crushed the bouquet, muttering under her breath that Richard felt nothing for her. Turning around, she yelled at the servant to burn everything her ex-fiancé had sent. Turning away, she asked the servant to tell the messenger that if Richard wanted to meet, he would have to accept her terms. As she watched the roses engulfed in flames, she made the final decision to end their engagement at any cost. 2 days later, Lilia showed up at the cafe to give Richard the document confirming the end of the engagement. Upon entering, she warned Francisque and Malik that they could attack without permission if the Marquis's son did anything bad to her. When Richard appeared and greeted Lilia, her companions tensed up, and their lady sadly said that the meeting had finally happened. She pointed out that the reason was the document of consent for the breakup and showed him where he should sign. He mocked and said that although Lilia claimed she wanted to separate, it wasn't true. He said he didn't believe her words about the love at first sight she had at the party with Mr. Avantion. Lilia replied that she had been sincere, but it was up to him to believe it or not. Lilia's words greatly angered the boy, who supposed the girl simply didn't know the terrible rumors circulating about her new chosen one. The young woman clarified that she knew everything. Richard laughed and added that Mr. Avantion was called the devil. The ex-fiancé confidently said that Lilia was dating his lover without feeling the necessary affection, since she wanted to provoke jealousy. Richard commented that it was a logical assumption. Until then, everything was going well, and in 3 months they would have been married. He added that Lilia Baden was his first love. From the first day of meeting her, he already knew she was his destiny. Lilia sighed sadly and remembered that she also believed so before, since the person who saved her turned out to be her soulmate. There were many reasons why she liked him. She considered him someone who saw her true essence beyond wealth. Lilia couldn't recall the moment the relationship with her fiancé became tense. Innumerable women appeared who approached Richard, and unsettling days when they couldn't communicate. Throughout their relationship, there were times when Lilia had to give up her favorite things. Richard interrupted her thoughts, asking if she remembered their first date and when they admired flowers. But the girl froze, darker than a cloud, and did not answer. So Richard decided to take radical measures. He knelt down and said he had acted without judgment and made a mistake, and assured her it would not happen again. The ex-boyfriend almost collapsed to the ground and begged for a second chance, and surprisingly, Lilia agreed. She pointed to the engagement rescission document and told him that first she needed the boy to sign. Richard crumpled the contract and shouted that he would not agree to annul the marriage promise, especially after apologizing. The boy shouted that Lady Baljan would regret it very much and asked if she knew about the gossip circulating in society about her. Lilia assured him that the dirty talk of third parties was completely indifferent to her. Then she took a pile of copies of the engagement cancellation document and threw it in her ex-fiancé's face. Lilia turned sharply and, as she left, said that Richard was the first to step onto the path of betrayal. Miss Valjean promised that everything would be even worse if the boy continued to behave like this. Lilia asserted that her ex-fiancé would beg to annul the marriage promise. The boy asked if she thought he would stand idly by watching. The girl told him to do whatever he saw fit and asked him to stop selling his name, since it irritated her. A few days later, Lilia woke up and stretched happily, as she felt very rested. She supposed it was because she had expressed everything accumulated to the irresponsible fiancé. Suddenly, in the hallway, she met her brother, who said he looked happy. His sister was surprised that Henry was not working. The young man replied that he had a vacation. Lilia clarified that she was happy because she was going to meet Mr. Avantion. She immediately blushed, remembering that she hadn't told her brother anything about her new boyfriend. Henry explained that his parents had partially told him, and his sister felt guilty for not having discussed the topic with her brother earlier. She proposed having breakfast together sometime to tell him everything in detail. Henry promised to find time for it, and Lily was very happy and told him she had to leave so as not to be late for her meeting. As Lily was walking down the hallway, her brother called her and told her that, according to the forecast, it would rain after lunch. He asked his sister to take an umbrella, and the young woman was touched to see such a display of concern. When Lily disappeared from view, the boy thought he wanted to be honest and admit that he had been there since morning to warn his sister about the rain. From the window, Henry watched Lily get into the carriage and thought it was also time for him to leave. When the girl arrived at the shop where she was supposed to meet Carmen, she saw a large crowd. The crowd was talking about the recently premiered play and how the protagonist had made a very nice proposal with a music box. As a result, many boys wanted to propose marriage to their loved ones in the same way. Lily was surprised to see Lord Carkin among the gathered crowd. She ran to the boy and told him that the place had changed and that they had to hurry to leave without being noticed. After catching her breath, Tezian pointed out that the lady had changed the meeting place last time because she was lucky. The boy complained that this was the second case after the tea house, so the next place would be chosen by Mr. Avantion. Lady Lydia replied that it was better that way, since she couldn't control her luck. The girl noticed the box in her lordship's hands and asked if this was the object she had asked them to bring. His lordship nodded and added that he had acquired this object about a week ago. But it turned out to be unnecessary. The girl deduced that he needed to return it and proposed that the boy do it himself. Karen remained perplexed in front of the shop where he had to return the purchase. The young man gathered his courage and entered the shoe store, but he stared so intensely at the salespeople that they got scared. The salespeople called the manager, who approached and asked his lordship if he was looking for something, or if he had any difficulty. The Duke's son stuttered and sweated nervously, unable to utter coherent words. The boy remembered that Lilia had taught him to take a deep breath before speaking and control his facial expressions, then maintain eye contact and mentally organize the words he wanted to say. Carhin tried to apply Lilia's advice and stared intently at the clerk. He panicked. He began to bow repeatedly and apologize. Lord Carhin didn't understand when he had made a mistake, as he had followed all of Lady Balden's recommendations. Suddenly, the young man heard a crash on the shop's display case. He turned around and saw Lady Lilia smiling. On Lady Balden's lips, he read that she believed in his lordship and wished him success. The boy was very thrilled, as Lilia was the first person who looked at him with a warm gaze. She believed in him and encouraged him. Karhan thought he didn't want to disappoint her, so he decided to try one more time to fulfill the hopes they had for him. Lord Karhan opened the box and pointed to the shoes in it, explaining that he wished to return them. The manager, still with a stern look, replied that he would gladly help the lord. Mr. Karhan left the shoe store, and the salespeople breathed a sigh of relief, since they thought they would have problems. The manager said it felt like he had returned from the beyond. Meeting Karhan at the exit, Lilia wondered what he was holding in his hands. The young man replied perplexed that he didn't know, only that they had given him this as compensation for the returned item. Milady commented that it would be difficult to carry those boxes and proposed leaving them in the carriage. Lilia told Karhan that he had been excellent in that situation. He replied that he felt something wasn't right. The young woman replied that regardless of how the process went, the lord had handled it perfectly. Lady Lilia added that the main thing was that Lord Karhan had found the courage to do it. He supposed that next time it would go better. The young woman smiled satisfied and thought that it was good enough for a start. If he practices more and becomes confident in expressing his opinion, people will start seeing him differently. Suddenly, two men in uniform appeared and, identifying themselves as Imperial Police, they arrested Mr. Avantion. Lady Lilia was indignant, asking the basis for his arrest. The policeman replied that it was an urgent detention. The second policeman explained that they had received a complaint, stating he was the leader of a dangerous criminal gang. Mrs. Lilia defended Mr. Karkan and asked if it wasn't going too far, since they had no proof. The policeman asked them to show his personal identification, as Mr. Karkan's gaze was menacing. The man added that, for the security of the empire, it was necessary to verify his lordship. The girl tried to object, but Mr. Karkan told her that there was nothing strange, that everything was fine. Lilia protested again, saying that it wasn't so, since the policemen had tried to arrest Lord Karkan. She added that now they were asking the boy for documents as if he were a criminal. The boy replied that it was just another stigma for his appearance. Milady said she couldn't believe he had to face so much injustice his whole life. Karkan checked all his pockets, but found nothing and told the policeman that he hadn't carried his ID that day. Then, Tessin ran forward to show his documents, hoping they would help his lordship. The policeman was inflexible and concluded that the milord was avoiding the identification process, as criminals normally do. The girl was shocked by the policeman's behavior, who clearly were not going to stop. Lilia, reluctantly, thought she would have to use another method and warned the uniformed men that they would regret it. She added that their salaries would be reduced if they didn't stop behaving irresponsibly. The guards were unmoved. They alleged that they had the support of many nobles, and that without Milady's patronage, their salaries would not be reduced. The young woman asked what would happen if the patronage was from the Valden family. Then the policemen were visibly surprised. The main one realized that Milady had light platinum hair and violet eyes. Moreover, the emblems on the swords of her companions matched the seal on the letter, announcing the generous donation from the Valden family. The man expressed deep gratitude, as surviving on a modest salary was difficult, and donations relieved financial worries. The Imperial Guard asked if my lady was actually Lady Balden. She confirmed it, and the uniformed man performed a deep bow before Lady Lilia. Consorna asked if she should show her identification document. The man protested, and with a repentant look, expressed his regret for having made such a serious mistake, and apologized for not recognizing her immediately. The young woman, irritated, asked if the policeman believed her because she didn't project a sinister look. Before he could answer, she added that the heir of the house, Evan Thyone, would feel deeply offended by such disrespect. The guard's eyes widened even more upon realizing that Mr. Karchin was next to Lady Lilia. The guard began to bow repeatedly, begging forgiveness for his very disrespectful behavior. Upon leaving, Lady Lilia expressed her wish that the policeman would never again judge anyone by their appearance. The young woman pointed out that the incident had been extremely discouraging, and the boy replied that such a thing happened frequently. Karen specified that the situation worsened especially when he returned from the battlefields. He said that if he walked down the street, they would stop him to check documents and treat him like a criminal. The boy smiled and pointed out that this time everything went quite well, since someone supported him. The Lord, blushing, commented that everything would have gone better if he had carried his ID. The girl was surprised that he didn't accuse others yet, despite being misunderstood. Lady Lilia asserted that Mr. Karjan had no blame in what happened. Lady Lilia promised to help him so that something like this never happened again. Teshin said that Lady Lilia was a disconcertingly kind person. Francisco replied that it was true because their lady was the best. No Knight noticed that Lilia's older brother was observing the scene and thought that his sister's new chosen one was terrible. Mr. Evantion left Lady Lilia under the hot sun to go shopping. Henry pointed out that Lord Karhan was spending money senselessly. The worst thing is that he forced her to resolve the incident alone. Stella de Lota announced that at the next meeting she wants to prepare rose tea, a family tradition. The girl said she wanted to try it first with her dear friends and winked at them. The ladies enthusiastically enjoyed the refreshment, full of compliments for its delicious taste and wonderful aroma. The girls said they envied Lady Stella since she had excellent business skills and would soon be a duchess. Stella blushed at the compliments and replied that they hadn't even announced her engagement to Lord Karhan yet. The friends insisted, asking her for details about her meetings with the fiancé, since according to rumors, they saw each other frequently. The brunette replied that she preferred to see him at home, since the rumors bored her. Internally, Estella thought that in reality, they hadn't even had a formal date. She was just chasing him. One of the friends said she had heard that Mr. Evantion was considered a fearsome man, something that reminded her of a novel. The main character had an unpleasant character. No one could deal with him. But the heroine loved and tamed him. Stella thought that this was the perfect story of her and Lord Evantion. Now he treated her coldly and rejected her, but it was only part of the test. Lord Karhan was cold and cruel, just like the male character in that novel. But eventually, he would be enchanted by Estella. Suddenly, the brunette noticed that a friend was hesitating, so she asked her what was going on. Lady Miller confessed that she had seen the young duke with another woman, and both were walking very closely. Estella couldn't believe what she heard and demanded to know who that woman was. Lady Miller mentioned the name Lady Lilia Baldwin, and the brunette shrieked that this perverse woman had conquered Lord Evantion. It was as if a fire had consumed her. She apologized suddenly to her friends and decided to leave. Leaving the tea house, Estella ordered a servant to bring the carriage immediately, since she needed to reach the Evantion manor. Once, while in a cafe, Lilia mentioned that she had recently seen her ex-boyfriend, who, as expected, refused to annul the marriage promise. She pointed out that this despicable guy might try to separate or cause conflicts between Lilia and Karchin. He said that Richard might decide to confront the new chosen, one of his jilted fiancé. Lilia suggested that she and Karchin should strengthen their relationship. She thought that Richard had probably hidden for a while, watching from afar. Lady Baldwin replied that they could take advantage of the situation, inform the families mutually, and spread rumors everywhere. She told him that she had informed her family about Karchin, who was surprised and asked if they didn't object to him. Lilia replied that everything was fine, although internally she thought that after the conversation about the chosen one between her parents and brother, a tense atmosphere had arisen. She asked if Karchin had told his family about her, but he did not answer. The young duke looked at her with veiled eyes. She explained that it was better to reveal it as soon as possible. She pointed out that if they didn't, her parents might set an engagement date with Lady Stella. After a short pause, he replied that he would say it when the time came. Lilia noticed that Karchin's face darkened, just like at dinner when she asked about his family. The girl was intrigued what was happening in the Bantian family, but she restrained herself and decided not to ask questions. The girl felt that the family issue was sensitive and decided to change the subject, congratulating the boy on his bravery today. When Lord Carhin and Lady Lilia went out onto the cafe porch, they saw a heavy downpour falling outside. Francisco was holding the lady's umbrella and commented that, due to the sudden downpour, umbrellas had already sold out in nearby shops. Malik begged the lady not to worry, as his knights would share theirs. He hugged Francisco and Tizian tightly and ran out with the umbrella in the rain. The lady tried to stop them, but the thunder drowned out her voice. Lilia decided there was no remedy, and she too would have to go out with Carhin. The boy blushed intensely, but still invited the girl to share his umbrella. Walking along the path under the murmur of the drops, Lilia thought that at those moments everything felt different. The rain intensified the smells around and the warmth of the person walking next to her, or the casual touches with him. Suddenly, the girl noticed that Carhin was very wet, as most of the umbrella covered her. That's why she was completely dry. Lady Baldwin asked if Lord Carhin would catch a cold. He assured her that he was perfectly fine and that illness was rare for him. The young man said it made him happy to know that the girl hadn't gotten wet. Lilia said she would move closer, so the umbrella would be enough for both. Carhin was shocked but said nothing. At that moment, both concluded that this is what caring for another person looks like. Lilia observed that only she had arrived here comfortably. The girl commented that she felt sorry for him, and the boy replied that everything was fine. Then he addressed her by name and thanked her for the day. Lilia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She pointed out that it was unexpected, since Carchin was calling her by name for the first time. The girl said she should also thank him, and added that she looked forward to their next meeting. Carchin watched the carriage drive away and noticed his heart beating fast. He put his hand on his chest, and for the first time in his life, he felt such frequent heartbeats. The young duke was in his carriage, and Tizian proposed changing clothes. As Carchin changed clothes, he thought that barely a quarter of the day had passed. But many firsts had already happened. Thanks to Mrs. Valden, the new day brought new experiences. He liked this unpredictability and looked forward to the meeting. In an instant, Carchin became gloomy and wondered if he could have fun so carelessly, and if he could help the lady. The boy wondered if she would need him once his secret was revealed. Tizian begged his lord not to talk like that, since despite everything, he was now the heir to the Avantion family. Carchin sadly thought that his family saw the heir in someone else. The young duke felt a weight on his soul with these thoughts. That's why, upon getting out of the carriage, Tizian asked if he was okay. Suddenly, someone called Mr. Avantion, who turned around and saw Estella de Lota. She was running towards him furiously, ignoring the intense rain. The brunette was angry and yelled at the boy, asking why he had taken so long. It was already very late. Teshin apologized and replied that it was already night, that they would have to postpone the visit, and that it was no longer appropriate to show up unannounced. The brunette said it was surprising, because apparently she couldn't come just whenever she wanted. Carhin stood still without saying anything, while Estella irritably asked how much longer she would have to stand getting soaked in the rain. The boy sighed and walked past her, but at the threshold of the entrance to his house, he turned around and asked her what she wanted. He decided not to show any weakness in that situation, since only then, as in that romance, could he defeat the evil man. She told him that she had heard something strange about how Mr. Carhin was dating Mrs. Baldwin. Stella asked if it was true. The young duke was seen sweating, but he recovered and replied that yes. The boy asserted that he had been with Mrs. Baldwin for a long time and asked Lady Stella to pretend that there was never any conversation about their engagement. The girl became truly furious and asked the boy why he treated her with such cruelty. Stella shouted that the dukes had already accepted her, so everything was decided. There was no turning back. The young duke apologized to the lady and said his decision could not change. The girl insisted, asking him if he wanted to embarrass her like this. The boy replied that he didn't understand Stella's annoyance. After all, they were not in a relationship. Due to the noise near the entrance door, Duchess Evantion came out of the manor. Mrs. Estella greeted her, and the Duchess asked what matter had brought her at such a late hour. At that moment, the heir-duke remembered the main reason why he avoided Estella de Laude. Every time something happened, she complained to the Duchess, and now she told her that Carhin had another woman. Her Excellency looked at him with disdain and told him she knew nothing about the young duke's new relationships. The woman asserted that she would take care of everything, so Miss Estella could leave. But she did not hurry her departure. She tried to reply to the Duchess, but Her Excellency firmly insisted that she stop meddling in family matters. When the dark-haired young woman disappeared from view, the Duchess asked her son if it was true. Upon hearing an affirmative answer, the woman became furious and slapped Carhin. Her Excellency reminded him of the lessons she had given him on how to behave. She asked why her son embarrassed them and concluded that the young duke remained pathetic. Finally, the Duchess commented that she didn't think Carhin would resemble his brother so much in this. Carhin thought that the Duchess still deeply loved her eldest son, even after the incident he caused. His mother's faith in her eldest son remains unshaken, but Mr. Carhin pays for his mistakes. They use the younger son as a puppet to force an engagement he does not desire. The young man wondered how the Duchess could so calculatingly use her own blood. The lord's reflections were interrupted by Tizian, who suggested to his lord to enter the manor. Meanwhile, Lilia enjoyed her bath in the Baldane family castle and thought about how good it was to be home. During the bath, the young woman felt something strange coming over her as she remembered her encounter with Carchin. The maid who helped her dress after the bath informed her that Lady Violetta was waiting for her at dinner. Lady Lilia smiled and replied that she would come down soon to join the family. During dinner, the parents talked about problems related to business, trade and products. Lady Violetta complained about how difficult it was for her to work and asked her son if he wanted to help her. The father supported his wife, telling Henry to leave his insufficient public job as soon as possible to take care of the family business. The young man replied that he liked what he did, and Count Cliff asked who would inherit the family legacy then. Lady Lilia wanted to announce her interest in dedicating herself to the business, but she restrained herself in time. In reality, she hadn't done anything in that area. As a child, she helped her parents a little, but she didn't consider it work experience. The young woman understood that she only had the desire to work in the business, so she could not take responsibility for the family legacy. Lilia decided that she would address it in more detail once the engagement issue was resolved. The parents asked if their daughter was regularly meeting with the future Duke of Antillon. She smiled with feigned joy. Lady Lilia replied that they had seen each other today, but internally she wondered why her parents suddenly mentioned Lord Carhan. Count Cliff said he didn't know the story of how they met. Lilia replied that she and Carhan had fallen in love at first sight. The man pointed out that it was very romantic, since he too had fallen in love with his wife at first sight. The father asked what she liked about her chosen one. She didn't know whether to lie about his appearance or his virtues. The young woman said that Carhan was kind and courteous, although bad rumors circulated. He was actually a good man. Lilia's relatives were surprised by the answer, as Henry had informed them about all the incidents during today's meeting between the lovers. The young woman asked if her new chosen one wasn't better than the despicable and disgusting Reard. The mother noticed that her daughter herself had brought up the topic of the Marquis Tertian's son, and asked her to explain why she left him. Lilia thought the time was opportune. Her brother was present, and now they had the strong support of Evantion. The young woman gathered her courage and said that Reard had deceived her. There was silence at the table for a few seconds. The whole family froze in astonishment. Then, everyone except Lilia jumped up from the table. The count started shouting, looking for his knife. The countess ordered the carriage to be sent quickly to the Tertian Marquisate. Henry grabbed a knife to confront the wretch. Hearing this, Lady Lilia's eyes widened. She shouted loudly to stop her enraged relatives. Lady Violetta asked why her daughter hadn't told them as soon as the incident happened. The girl replied to herself that if the problem could be resolved immediately, she would have already told them. Lilia understood that the main reason why it was difficult for her to tell everything was the fear of hurting her parents and brother. Although they were initially against the promise, for them he had always been someone they cared about. They had given their daughter a happy life, but happiness had been terribly broken. The young woman realized that if they found out the truth, they would suffer as much as she was at that moment. And she didn't want to complicate their lives. Tears escaped Lady Lilia as she remembered that her relatives had opposed the promise. But she didn't listen to them because she wanted to get married. She explained that this was why she felt ashamed and wanted to resolve the matter on her own. Lilia apologized to her parents, who told her it wasn't her fault, and added that they would always be on her side. Henry asked his sister what she planned to do next, and she replied that the wretch Richard would try to maintain the engagement. Lady Lilia explained that together with the future Duke, she would find a way to prevent it. Upon hearing the name of Mr. Avantion, the family was surprised, and the girl clarified that thanks to him she was protected, and Richard would not harm her. The Count, the Countess, and their eldest son decided to gather, and concluded that the new chosen one perhaps was not so bad. Lady Violetta said they should take the first step, and Henry replied that he didn't much like the idea. Despite his discontent, he announced to his sister that they would trust her and Lord Carhan to break off the engagement. The boy noticed that after the official annulment of the engagement, the Valden family would also act against Richard. The brother asserted that first they must check everything for themselves and ask them to invite Mr. Evanthion to their castle. The Balden won. Mr. Evanthion read the invitation and drops of sweat appeared on his face, while Thesian commented that it was expected. The young man asserted that it would be difficult for his lord to win the sympathy of the Balden family with a first impression. So only one path remained, to overwhelm Miss Lily's relatives with gifts. So the lord and his assistant headed to the shops. Carhan examined almost every product on the market, and sadly, admitted that the influence of the Balden family was enormous. Every item the young man checked bore that family's emblem. Mr. Evanthion already doubted he could find suitable gifts. Then Teshin asked him what Miss Lily preferred. Carhan reflected, but a memory of their first meeting on the balcony came to mind. Behind the girl, there was a bottle of champagne. Mr. Carhan asked if alcohol could be a gift, and Tessian nodded his head. Then, the heir duke announced with satisfaction that they were heading to the wine shop. Upon entering the shop, Carhan looked at the salesperson with his usual intimidating gaze. Tessian begged his lord to calm down, so Carhan tried to soften his expression. He scrutinized the shelves with alcoholic beverages and concluded that he had no idea about it. The salesperson noticed the lord's perplexed gaze and asked if he could help him. Karen turned around and fixed his characteristic gaze, and the man trembled like a scared puppy. The young man remembered that he should behave more kindly, so, in a calm tone, he said he needed to look for a gift. The salesperson agreed, and mentally thought that this client wasn't so terrifying after all. Upon leaving the wine shop, Mr. Carhan had many bags in his hands. Tessian commented that he felt déjà vu. Karen reflected that it was important not only to be kinder to others, but also to learn to say no. As they were walking to the card, Mr. Carhan and his assistant saw a shop. Tessian suggested that they could choose gifts for Mrs. Balden's family there. They were heading there when suddenly they saw Richard being expelled from a clothing boutique. He was furiously asking how the guards of a fashion store dared to treat Marquis Tertian's son like that. The young men apologized, but said that members of the Tertian family were not allowed to enter. They asked Mr. Richard not to make noise, otherwise they would call the police. And upon returning, they saw Mr. Avantion. The guards remembered that he had arrived with Mrs. Balden and thought it would be ideal if she visited her workshop. On the day of the visit to the Balden family, the golden gates opened and the young duke's carriage entered the garden. Carhan felt nervous, and Tessian observed that everything looked magnificent, although it was expected from the Balden family. The carriage entered the garden. Mr. Carhan's assistant supposed that they would soon reach the castle. However, almost an hour passed before they reached the main gate. Karhin and Tezian were greeted with a smile by Mrs. Lilia, who thanked them for coming. The Lord's assistant regretted that it was difficult, as the road seemed endless. The girl apologized for the sudden invitation. She explained that she couldn't stop her family. Karchin replied that everything was fine. Then he handed Lilia a bouquet of flowers and thanked her for the invitation. The young woman looked at the bouquet, while the young duke watched her. Lilia diverted her gaze from the flowers and said it was time to accompany the guests, and invited the lord and his assistant inside. The decoration of the manor amazed with its wealth and luxury. Numerous magnificent paintings hung at the entrance. Tezian commented that the house looked like an art museum. Mrs. Lilia replied that her father was a painting enthusiast. Then she pointed out that most of the paintings were original works by artists. Tezian was surprised and thought the gifts might seem too simple. Lilia said that before the guests met her family, she had to warn them. She confessed that her parents and brother were rather peculiar people, capable of asking uncomfortable questions. And difficult. The girl asked them to answer seriously and in detail. Karchin nodded his head. Lilia advised the young duke to relax and not worry, since she would be by his side. Upon opening the door to the hall, Lilia found herself in an armory. Swords hung on the walls, and the family wore ceremonial uniforms. Count Cliff introduced himself in formal style, adding that he was the proud father of the beautiful Lilia. He presented his wife as a mother who had raised their daughter with much love and dedication. The man did not forget to mention Henry, describing him as a responsible older brother. And attentive. The girl couldn't imagine that her family would go so far and turn a simple meeting into a battlefield. Karkin was paralyzed with surprise. Lily had to push him to introduce himself and thank them for the invitation. The Baldwin family began to speak openly about their daughter's chosen one, who indeed seems intimidating. Henry concluded that the rumors were true. Lady Violetta warned against rushing and asked the boy to sit down. Lily looked at the table and felt a shiver. It looked more like a place for an interrogation than a family dinner. The count's daughter asked the maid to move her chair and place it next to the heir-duke's. It provoked a negative reaction in the girl's family, who thought that her parents and brother were acting like children. At the table, Karhin informed Grafcliffe that he had brought small gifts. Wine and health products. Henry observed the gifts with disdain and asked if that meant they had to damage their health to recover it afterward. Count Cliff said he had stopped drinking alcohol since yesterday, but Lily knew it was a blatant lie. Just yesterday, she saw him drinking a bottle of wine with his companions. When the mother approached the health products, Lily took them preemptively to avoid further comments. The girl thanked her boyfriend for choosing and gifting exactly what she loved. Then, she irritably asked the family members if they really planned to behave so disrespectfully all night long. Count Cliff expressed his gratitude to the milord for thinking of bringing gifts to his daughter. This slightly eased the tension. Lord Karhin smiled for the first time during the entire meeting. After an awkward silence, Mrs. Violetta shared her daughter's story about love at first sight, asking what it was that pleased the milord so much. At that moment, Lilia felt desperate, as she hadn't rehearsed the answer to that question with Karhin. The young man replied that during dinner, Lilia's cheerful face, illuminated by a radiant smile, had deeply impacted him. The young woman's mother responded with approval, affirming that it was truly impossible not to fall in love with her daughter's smile. Count Cliff concluded that he could believe that motivation. Lady Lilia thought the critical moment had passed. The romantic books the girl recommended to the boy bore fruit. He overcame the situation successfully, but it was still too soon to relax, as Lilia didn't even suspect what question the family would ask next. Henry commented that when his sister spoke of Mr. Avantion, she constantly praised him. The brother indicated it was the same when she first introduced him to Richard. That's why he wouldn't allow the same situation to repeat. He said he wanted to ask him a personal question. Lord Karhin gave his consent. Henry mentioned that he had heard about the young Duke of Antion's prolonged participation in battles. The sister revealed herself, telling her brother that it wasn't a very delicate topic to discuss in the family dining room. The brother smiled forcedly and said that if the young Duke was uncomfortable talking about the topic, then it wouldn't be necessary. In secret, Henry hoped that Karkan would reveal his dark side in the conversation. Since someone who has received so many rewards cannot be white and fluffy. Karkan replied that he had been a volunteer and added that he had no interesting stories. Since war is a terrible place. Lily's brother was surprised by the answer and said he would speak frankly. He explained that his family was worried about negative rumors circulating around Mr. Avantion. Suddenly, Tizian interrupted the chat, who apologized for the rudeness and asked permission to clarify everything. He said that all the rumors were false, since Mr. Karkan's achievements on the battlefield had been seriously distorted. The young man reflected that, until now, he had tried to protect his lord and isolate him from society. Spreading rumors. Mr. Karkan admired his assistant, who decided to fix everything, and called him Lord Benefactor, who saved hundreds of lives. The members of the Baldwin family concluded that the young man did not seem to be lying, and admitted that the rumors were not true. They supposed that, given the difficult path Karkan went through in the war, he probably reached the rank of general or knight commander. Karkan protested and said he retired as an officer, which astonished the entire Baldwin family, including Lily. It was known to everyone that even lower-ranking nobility easily rose to the top. Lily's parents and brother began to whisper that it was no coincidence that the Duke's son had retired as an officer. Their discussion was interrupted by a strong coughing fit from Lily. Count Cliff understood his daughter's insinuation and announced that dinner was ready. It was time to sit down to eat. There were so many dishes on the table that Karhan's eyes widened. Lady Violetta asked if he had any suggestions regarding the food. The boy shook his head, while Lady Lilium whispered to the maid to place vegetable dishes next to the guest. Karen protested, but the girl told him she wanted him to eat whatever he felt like. The Baldwin family was surprised by Karhan, as he looked like a predator, but was actually a vegetarian. Even the maid carrying the broth wondered if vegetables would be enough for such a strong boy. She was so focused on the unusual guest that she spilled the broth while passing by M-Lady. Karen reacted immediately and stood over Lilium, then asked her if she was okay. Lilium and the young Duke asked in unison if she was okay. The maid kept apologizing, but Lady Lilium said they should cool her hand, since the boy could have been burned. The girl ordered the maid to call a doctor and bring plenty of cold water. The Count and Countess pointed out that it was good that the broth spilled on the clothes, and not on the skin. Henry concluded that the Baldwin family owed Mr. Karhan a favor, since if it weren't for him, it would have been a disaster. A few minutes later, the doctor arrived and immediately began asking the lady about her symptoms. Lady Lilium clarified that the injured person was someone else and pointed to Mr. Karhan, adding that he had broth poured on him and there might be a burn. The doctor asked Karhan to take off his shirt and concluded that it was a minor burn, harmless, and recommended an ointment. Upon hearing this, the girl shouted that she would help apply the ointment, thinking that this way she could pay for the boy getting injured while trying to help her. Both blushed. She asked if Karchan didn't mind, and he assured her that everything was fine. The doctor concluded that there was an unusual atmosphere between the lady and the lord. He handed a bottle of ointment to Lady Lilith and left the room. When the doctor left, Lilith decided to apply the ointment and saw the boy's back full of scars. The girl supposed that the young man had received many wounds on the battlefield. Karchan complained that the ointment stung. Lilith asked him to bear it, and then, on the verge of tears, apologized, saying the incident was her fault. The boy protested, told her everything was fine, that it didn't even hurt, only that the ointment stung. Lilith smiled, bandaged the burn, and happily announced that she had brought new clothes for the milord. As Karchan put on the fresh shirt, Lilith pointed out that he hadn't eaten well, and proposed having a snack right there. A little later, The small table was overflowing with various dishes, and in a calm atmosphere. The boy and the girl ate until they were full. After finishing the meal, the couple went for a walk. Lilith told him that Karchin had done a great job today. The girl apologized because her family was too insistent. The boy admitted that sometimes he was scared. Lilith explained that after the episode with Richard, her parents and brother were on alert. Karchin replied that he understood, since his family was worried. The boy admitted that throughout the visit he thought about how not to make mistakes and not to reveal their false relationships. Lilia found him like an angel. She promised to pay attention next time to avoid such a situation. The couple continued, walking through the garden. Suddenly, the young Duke interrupted the silence and said he needed to tell Lily something. The boy recounted that recently, Estella de Lota had come to see him and asked about his relationship with Lily. Mrs. Baldwin supposed that Estella probably had her own source of information. The boy explained that he had asked his pursuer to pretend that there were never rumors about their engagement. The young Duke, sadly, clarified that, of course, Estella did not accept. But Lily told him that the important thing was that he had made his position clear. The boy complained that he still couldn't tell his family about this. He didn't even know where to start. And the girl advised him to be brief. She added that to give it credibility, she would soon visit the Avantian mansion, and suddenly. The boy said that Lily had a fortunate family. The young man commented that it was noticeable that they were a close family, with close members, and that they took care of each other. At that moment, Lily wondered if her fake boyfriend wasn't hiding that he had bad relations with his family. The girl openly admitted that she didn't always have good relations with her parents and brother. Sometimes arguments and conflicts arose. Then she suggested walking to her favorite spot. And as they walked, she told him how once she was afraid of water. Lily clarified that she was so panicked, even looking at the water gave her the chills. But she assured that now everything was fine. The girl took off her shoes, lifted her dress, and stepped into the water. She explained that a few years ago, she almost died after falling into a pond. Lily said that Richard Terzian saved her then. It seemed like a stroke of luck. The savior became an important part of her life. The girl admitted that in recent years she couldn't imagine her life, or herself, without her ex-fiancé. Lilia added that her feelings were sincere and deep, and she believed Richard's words of love. The young woman sadly said that, in the end, they didn't love her but her money. Some think that with money, you can get anything. Lily sadly pointed out that wealth had never given her what she truly desired. Money didn't help her reconcile with her family, nor win the loyalty of the knights accompanying her, nor the heart of the man she loved. With bitterness in her heart, she asked why Richard decided to manipulate the young woman's feelings if he could have asked for a reward for saving her from the beginning. Lady Baldwin concluded that she would never have fallen in love with Richard Terzian if he hadn't saved her. Karchin asked her if she still loved him, and Lilia replied laughing, adding that now he was her enemy. Suddenly, the young woman smiled sweetly, extended her hand to the boy, and suggested they sit together. She kicked her legs in the water and confessed to the young man that she often used to come here in the summer. But her parents didn't know. Then Lilia looked dreamily at the sky and asked if it was a date, to which Karchin looked at her without understanding. The young woman calmed him down, telling him that she didn't know either. She had never had a real date with Richard. Lilia felt like she was finally in a real relationship, even if it lasted a year, even if it was just a game to break engagements. The young woman had the feeling that she was dreaming a good dream. Lilia didn't realize it was starting to get dark. She returned the young Duke's gaze, noticed his smiling expression, and suggested returning. When they returned, they found Teshin angry, complaining that the palace was so large that they had to ask for directions. The assistant asked where the master and the lady were. Lily said she had been absent to treat Lord Carahan. The girl felt ashamed for having left with Carahan and not looking after Teshin. So she decided to talk about the signal flares. Lily clarified that they were each given one, since if one got lost in the castle, he could ask someone for directions. She specified that they couldn't do it outside the house. At that moment, a maid arrived. She reported that Lady Lily was being called by the Countess. The girl replied that she would go after saying goodbye to the guests. Carahan assured her not to worry. They would find the exit. Lily protested because that is not how you treat guests. The young Duke added that they needed to return as soon as possible. The assistant said he remembered the way to the entrance gates. The girl sighed sadly and concluded that, things being as they were, she would go with her mother. Lord Carahan and the assistant were walking down the corridor, but a familiar voice that made their skin crawl stopped them. It was Count Valden, who asked if the guests were leaving already and how Lord Carahan was feeling. The young man replied that he only had a slight burn, and yet he received excellent treatment. Count Cliff said he was glad and unexpectedly bowed before Lord Carahan, adding that he sincerely thanked him. The man explained that he wished to reward the young Duke in some way, if he needed anything. He should let him know. The boy protested, clarifying that he had received the necessary medication and that was enough for him. An awkward silence hung between the interlocutors. Carahan noticed they were near a painting, and Lily had mentioned her father's love for art. Karkan decided to ease the uncomfortable situation with a compliment about the painting. The Count's eyes lit up. He asked if the boy was also interested in art. The man took him by the hand and dragged him towards other works of art to hear a detailed comment. Count Cliff led Mr. Karkan towards the painting and waited for his opinion. The boy explained that the lines are swords of good and evil. The young man added that the swords would never cross, but they exist simultaneously in the same space. Count Cliff was surprised and grateful and led him to the next painting, pointing out that he clearly knew it. Mr. Karkan didn't even know the name of that work. Testion stated it. The man admitted that he didn't even suspect that the young lord could be an art expert. The Count invited him to an exhibition he was curating for a deeper conversation. Karkan stammered for a long time. He sweated, but managed to say that he would be delighted to attend the event. The Count was immensely happy, while the young man mentally reprimanded himself for not being able to refuse the offer again. Upon leaving the Baldwin Castle, Karkan was surprised, thinking that he had entered an unknown world. Here people fight, but in the end, they take care of each other. Love, beauty, and warmth reign in this world. The young Duke would have liked to stay longer in that atmosphere, but he understood that it was not the place where he should be. A few days later, Mrs. Lilia arrived at the Imperial Central Bank, as she received a letter about the need to expand the warehouse. A bank employee informed Mrs. Lily that, in addition to the profits from the reconstruction of the coffee shop, the jewel box business was also thriving. The bank worker asked if Lady Baldwin wanted to know the current amount in her account. She clarified that she would mention the exact balance, because at that moment, interest was accumulating. Upon announcing the current balance, Francisco and Malik almost fainted upon seeing so many digits. Lily smiled. She said she no longer knew where to invest so much money, and asked them to add 2 underground vaults in her name. After the bank, Mrs. Lily decided to visit a cafe and gift the knights delicious desserts. While having tea with sweets, the young woman examined the newspaper with advertisements for shops, boutiques, and businesses. In many of the advertised establishments, she had already been or even owned them. She didn't understand what to do if the speed of spending didn't keep pace with the accumulation of money. Lily was called by Richard's older sister, Siona Terzian, who told her she didn't recognize her at first. She must have changed. The ruby-haired woman mentioned that she was going shopping and asked Lily to follow her. Siona didn't understand why Lily hesitated and remained seated when she had already approached the curb. Lady Baldwin wondered if Richard hadn't told his sister about the broken engagement. Lily got up from her seat and informed Francisco and Malik that she would return soon. She thought it was good that she had accidentally met Sion Tertian, as she could explain to her that the naive Lily no longer existed. Lady Baldwin caught up with the ruby-haired girl near the shop and told her that she planned to get pregnant. Sion said it would be more logical to buy baby products first. The salespeople were unhappy with the customer. Last time she opened packages without buying and lowered prices at her whim. Sion loudly announced that she would buy all the products she saw during her last visit. After a while, the store staff placed everything necessary in the center. The ruby-haired girl noticed that the material and fabric of the stroller were not of good quality. The demanding customer asked for something more expensive and better. The saleswoman pointed to the most luxurious model in the store. The buyer saw the offered model and exclaimed that it was a wonderful stroller. She said she would buy everything. The employee noted the total purchase, and Lady Sion asked Lady Lilia why she wasn't paying. Lady Baldwin went to the cash register and said she would only pay for one item: a rattle for her little dog. Immediately, the ruby-haired girl became furious and shouted that Lilia had eaten something weird today, and asked her what she would do. Lilia suggested paying just this once, and Sion was surprised by the behavior of her brother's fiancé. Lilia remembered that she always paid with a smile, and Sion told her that soon they would be family, and asked if paying was difficult. Lady Baldwin announced that she did not want to join the Tertian family, and added that she would no longer waste her money in vain. The ruby-haired girl became even angrier and said that this way, Lilia would not enter the Tertian family. She threatened to tell her brother everything, and Lilia asked if Richard hadn't told his sister that the fiancé had broken off the engagement. Lady Baldwin walked calmly to the exit. Lady Siona followed her indignantly, but the salespeople stopped the customer. They shouted that the annoying visitor had already come several times. She unpacked products and bought nothing. The business employees did not let the visitor leave the establishment just like that. Lady Lilia walked down the street and thought that, although Richard had argued with his fiancé, he hadn't told the family anything. The young woman supposed that pride had prevented him from doing so, so she decided to take that step on her own. A few days later, the announcement of the broken engagement appeared published in a mass circulation newspaper. Lilia thought that this way, the Tertian family would certainly find out everything. The next day, Lady Baldwin arrived at the meeting with Mr. Avantion and found him reading a book on art. The young woman pointed out that it was a good topic to study. She remembered that her father would soon hold a painting exhibition and invited Karchin. Not receiving an answer, she announced that today the young man would learn to say no. Lilia put on a pleading face and asked the boy to give her some money. Not even a second passed when Karchin accepted. He took out his wallet and asked her to specify how much she needed. Lilia objected that the goal was for the young man to practice saying no, even if they pressured her with pity. Karchin replied that he couldn't deny anything to the lady. Therefore, whatever her request, he wanted to listen to the young woman. Lilia was moved, but restrained herself thinking it wasn't the time, and said she appreciated the attention. She added that the young duke needed to manage his money better, and announced that it was his turn to refuse. The boy had barely started to ask for help when the girl coldly replied that it wouldn't work, since she was busy. Karhin lowered his gaze and became so sad that he looked like a teddy bear. Lilia observed that it was just training. Lilia explained that if someone asks for something, it is up to the young man to decide if it is acceptable to him. The girl specified that it was not necessary for people to be afraid of him, but rather to learn to defend his personal boundaries. Lady Baldwin added that if someone insisted on their request after Karhin's refusal, he should leave. The boy asked if it was necessary to go that far, and the girl replied that there are people with bad intentions in the world. Lady Baldwin specified that it was not mandatory to be polite to everyone. The main thing was that he was not affected. Lilia said that the boy had 3 objectives: that people wouldn't fear or avoid him, and learn to express his opinion. His main objective was not to feel guilty in front of others, and she promised that she would do everything possible. The girl thought the young man needed practice, and remembered that during their first meeting, she noticed problems with him. Upon leaving the cafe, Lilia explained that training would be more effective during shopping. The lady was walking down the sidewalk when a boy approached and asked her to show him the way. The girl advised him to ask the security guard at the end of the street for help. He thanked her for the suggestion and asked her to pay a little more attention to him. Suddenly, Lilia thought that this insistent boy was promoting a strange religion, and he was an ideal target for training. Lilia approached Kakahan, and the preacher said that the boy had extraordinary energy. That's why he wanted to talk to him. Kakahan was surprised by how easily the boy started the conversation. The missionary called him brother and said he had powerful energy. The young duke recovered and stated that he was not interested, but this did not discourage the missionary. He frowned and commented that it was sad that he was considered someone who approached everyone. Kakahan understood that the unpleasant consequences of rejection did not take long. The preacher said he wanted to share something good. The boy asked to be understood correctly. The young duke burst into anger. He clenched his fist and hissed that he was busy and it was time to leave. This time, the insistent response worked, and the religious promoter left Kakahan alone. The boy shifted his attention to Milady and said that her energy shone and that she seemed like a good person. The missionary asked Lilia if she was interested in what he wanted to say, just as Kakahan suddenly turned around and grabbed him by the shoulder. The young duke commented that he had already kindly asked the preacher to leave, since they were in a hurry. The boy fled from Lord Kakahan, shouting that he was a demon and the devil. Lilia was glad that the young duke had exceeded all her expectations, and commented that it had been magnificent. The boy replied that it turned out not to be so bad practicing, and Lilia reflected that she had never seen Kakajan smile so broadly. Lilia thought that no matter how much she trained the boy, he always smiled awkwardly and forced. The girl asked him what he thought when he smiled, but he couldn't admit that the smile was a reaction to Lilia's happy face. The young duke replied that he had remembered his childhood dog, and the girl became sad to see that everything was so simple. Then she cheered up and advised him that every time he felt nervous, he should remember his childhood pet. The girl announced that from now on, every time she mentioned her dog, Karchana must smile. Lilia emphasized that Karchana was a diligent student and proposed learning to insult, since France was an excellent teacher in that regard. Richard looked at the mess he had caused and concluded that he needed to learn to control his temper. She broke down with emotion in her room after finishing talking to her sister, who had found out about the end of her younger brother's engagement with Lady Baldwin. Richard's negative reflections were interrupted by a servant who informed him that the Marquis was calling him. He supposed that the reason for the urgent meeting with his son was an article in the newspaper about the announcement of the broken engagement. When the young man arrived at his father's, a rain of newspaper pages fell on him, where Lilia's photo appeared on the front page. And Richard? The Marquis demanded an explanation, and the young man replied that he had had an argument with his fiancée, and that she was still upset. The man asserted that he didn't believe a simple disagreement would have caused such news, and called his son a miserable failure. The Marquis shouted in astonishment how he couldn't handle the heart of a single girl. And Richard knelt down begging his father for help. The father asked the boy if he had spoken to anyone from the Baldwin family, but was met with silence. A man, in an indifferent tone, announced that he would speak with Henry Baldwin and ordered his son to step away. When the young lord returned to his palace, Teshin greeted him and stated that he was glad his lord had learned to deny. The boy remembered how he used to spend whole nights in front of Mr. Carhan's bedrooms. They tried to take his food away. They asked him to fight instead of someone else, or imposed impossible demands on him. Teshin said he was truly moved and thanked Mrs. Baldwin. Carhan smiled and thought his assistant was right. The young duke realized that without Lily's help, denying something would have been impossible. Carhan opened the box that Lily's gave him during the meeting. Inside were candies and a note wishing him a good appetite. Seeing the candies, the boy remembered a moment from his childhood when he had a similar box and wanted to share it. He offered candies to the maids. They said the duke's son was very kind, but it wasn't enough. He longed for his mother's love. At that moment, the child wondered if by being good, his mother would love him. Little Carhan wanted his mother to love him. It was all he could think about, but he only received cold and fleeting glances. He didn't know since when his mother's gaze was filled with hatred, as if it had always been that way. And Karhan was an unwanted son. The boy believed he had made a mistake. He wanted to fix it. He wrote her nice notes and stuck freshly cut flowers on them. He wanted to earn even a drop of love and trust from his mother. But one day, he entered her room. In the trash, he saw all his gifts. From then on, the gap between them began to grow. That day, Karen decided not to show kindness anymore. But everything changed with the arrival of Lady Baldin in his life. Lord Karhan asked Teshin if the Duchess was home. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he indicated that he needed to speak with her. Karen knocked on his mother's bedroom door. He didn't enter. He only slightly opened the door and said he wanted to talk. He mentioned that he had met a young woman. At that moment, the Duchess's profile appeared in the doorway. She had already raised her hand to slap when the young Duke revealed that it was Lady Baldin. The woman told her son that he was finally doing something useful. She knew the Baldins were the richest family in the empire. In the end, the Duchess expressed that she wished to meet her son's new chosen one soon. The next day, Lilia received a note from Karhan saying that his parents wished to meet her. The young woman understood that she was being invited to the Avantion Duchy and began to feel uneasy. Since it was her turn to assume the role, Lady Lilia's worries were interrupted by a maid who reported that a carriage belonging to an unexpected guest had arrived at the main gates of the palace. That visitor turned out to be Lady Stella de Lota, who was terribly nervous, and was shouting at the servants to see if her mistress had already been notified. They replied that they had taken the short path to the palace, so the lord would soon be notified of the guest's arrival. The guard asked them to wait a little longer, while Lady Stella recalled that the Duchess had promised to resolve the issue with Karhan. The dark-haired young woman concluded that there were no changes in resolving the problem, but she could no longer remain inactive. Estella decided that the reason for her visit was to warn Lady Lilia. A signal flare exploded over the garden. Lady Estella's governess was surprised by how large the palace was, so large that they used fireworks for signals. The guard opened the gates and said they could enter. But Estella was angry that they had kept a guest waiting outside for so long. Lady Estella looked out the window and concluded, annoyed, that the rumors were exaggerated. The Baldin Palace was nothing special. The young woman added that the garden of the Lot family residence was much better. There were only trees here, none of the promised splendor. The maid informed her mistress that they had just reached the main garden area. The dark-haired girl said that with such large properties, one could go crazy. Stella saw a glass greenhouse and pointed out that it was much larger than the one at the Lot family's. Stella warned the maid that she would take a short walk to observe and was impressed by the beauty of the garden. The dark-haired girl had always thought that her house was the most beautiful after the imperial palace, and it was unacceptable that the Baldin Palace was better in something. Estella concluded that she would not allow it and decided, to hire a new gardener for her garden and plant flowers from the Baldin garden. The young woman noticed that the petals of those flowers were the same color as her eyes and decided it was time to return. When she left the greenhouse through another exit, she found herself in front of an endless forest. The girl realized she was lost and started calling for help. But no one answered. Lady Lilia exclaimed happily that it was a pleasure to see Lady Estella, although they searched for her with difficulty. At least there was a maid near the greenhouse. The dark-haired young woman commented that the size of this property's garden was not very practical. Lilia replied that the land near the mansion was sold cheaply, and the Valdin family bought it. Stella was immensely happy to finally be able to sit down, as her legs ached so much. And Lilia asked why the guest had come. The brunette replied that she had heard from Mr. Avantion about frequent meetings with Mrs. Baldin. And Lilia confirmed it. Then the guest burst out and shouted that it was indecent, since at the party Lilia had stated that nothing existed between them. Estella recalled that Lilia was engaged, but the blonde, in a calm tone, asked if the guest had recently read the newspaper. Mrs. Baldwin announced that her engagement would soon be broken, and the guest couldn't believe those words. Estella asserted that, obviously, relationships were not important to the blonde, and she would easily find a new suitor. The brunette got up and, furious, warned Lilia to stay away from her man, and she replied by asking if her love was sincere. Estella sat down again and, indifferently, asked what difference it made, since her marriage was one of convenience. Mrs. Stella was the only daughter of the Count of Lot, so she lived without worrying about anything. However, in high society, rumors circulated that the young woman was nothing like a noble lady. It was said that expensive jewelers would be of no use to her, since she wasn't even remotely worthy of Mrs. Valden. Stella knew she didn't reach the level of Lilia Valden. She had worse education, fewer social contacts, and protocol knowledge. The girl remembered that since childhood she was compared to Mrs. Lilia, as they were the same age, and had similar social status. Mrs. Estella immersed herself in memories from a year ago, when she appeared at the Imperial Palace party. The attention of the guests focused on her, and they showered her with compliments about her appearance. The young ladies surrounded Lady Delota to ask her in which boutiques she bought her dresses and accessories. Even the haughty ladies couldn't hide their interest in her. Mrs. Stella basked in the curious and envious gazes of the guests and felt like the protagonist of a novel. Lady Delotta's triumph was interrupted by the appearance at the party of Mr. Richard and Lady Baldwin, who announced their engagement. From the crowd arose enthusiastic reactions about the fact that the newly engaged couple and the fiancé formed a wonderful couple, united by destiny. Then, Stella Delotta instantly became furious and concluded that she urgently needed to find a fiancé so as not to give ground to her rival. The fiancé must have a higher status than Richard Terzian. At that moment, the men were secretly talking about Duke Evan Theon. One of them said that his cruel son had eliminated the firstborn and became the heir. Estella was delighted to find a suitable candidate. Sitting in the living room opposite Lady Lillian, Lady Estella asserted that she had to become a duchess, counting on the support of Mr. Karchin's mother. She said that if things continued this way, she would file a formal complaint with the Duke's family and demand they bring the son to reason. Lillian pointed out that the dark-haired young woman was indifferent to how the family would treat Karchin. What worried her were her own desires. Then she remembered Estella's words about support and laughed, showing the guest an invitation that had been sent to her from the Avantion Duke's palace. The dark-haired young woman shouted that it was stolen. Lillian replied that taking what didn't belong to you was the visitor's way. Lillian clarified that she remembered how the Lota family had stolen the sketch of a carriage, on which the Valden family's designer had worked for a long time. She added that she would never forgive the Lot family and announced loudly to the servants that it was time for the guests to leave. Malik and Francisco took the angry Lady Stella and her maid by the arm and led them out of Lady Lilia's chambers. They forced the guest and her governess into the carriage and told the coachman that they could leave now. Stella stuck her head out of the carriage window and shouted that next time she would come to this palace as a duchess. Lilia observed this and thought that the dark-haired young woman was behaving like a child. She concluded that she wanted to listen to Lady Stella. It was curious to see what she would say, but the meeting turned out to be a complete waste of time. In the administration of the Imperial Palace, Henry Baldwin was working on documents when his assistant knocked on the door. He informed him that the Marquis had delivered documents that needed to be reviewed before the next day, and the boy said he would take care of everything. When left alone, Henry leaned wearily in his chair and wondered why the Marquis had begun to overwhelm him with work and to ignore him. The young man remembered that one day his boss called him and announced that his son and Henry's sister had had a fight. The Marquis advised him to better watch his younger sister so that strange articles wouldn't appear in the newspapers. At that moment, Henry understood that Mr. Avantion and Lady Lilia were the same person. That's why he would die of exhaustion if necessary, as long as everything turned out well for his sister. Upon returning to his office, Lilia's brother concluded that nothing would escape Mr. Carhin's notice. But the secret documents Henry found would wait for the right moment to cause a real scandal. Henry looked at Lilia's photo that was in a frame among the stacks of documents on his desk. He caressed the photo. He said he worried a lot about his sister and advised her to eat well, as she had lost a lot of weight after Richard. In the Baldwin castle, the maids helped the lady prepare to meet Mr. Avantion's family. Lilia asked for a discreetly colored dress and for her hair to be put up, since it was her first meeting with Carhan's parents. After finishing their work, the servants' mouths dropped open in astonishment upon realizing how beautiful their mistress was. The young woman thanked the maids for their help and asked them to inform her parents that she would return for dinner. Lilia wondered why she hadn't seen her brother for so long. The governess explained that he was returning home late and leaving early in the morning. The lady replied that it was very strange, as her brother always left work on time. And she promised to visit her brother later. Mr. Carhan couldn't take his eyes off Lady Lilia, who stepped out of the carriage and walked towards him. The young man thanked her for her visit. She handed him a bouquet of flowers and told him she appreciated the invitation. Carhan commented that he had never received flowers before. Lilia laughed and replied that it was also the first time in her life she had given flowers to a man. The young woman remembered that the young man used to give her flowers when he visited her house. That's why this bouquet is her thank you. Karen led the guest inside the palace and informed her that his father was away on urgent business. So today, she would only meet the lady of the house. The young woman thought that the young man was more nervous now than when he used to visit her house. Carhan proposed Lilia enter the room, but she froze and started to tremble at the thought that Carhan's mother would slap her with tea for corrupting the son who was engaged. Lilia imagined how Carhan's mother would throw a wad of money at her and demand she separate from her son immediately. The girl realized there was no turning back. It was time to enter the room, where the Duchess received her, kind and smiling. The lady asked if the journey had been too difficult and apologized for not being able to send a carriage to pick up the guest. Lily was surprised by the warm reception, but did not stop being uneasy. She looked at Carhan and thought nothing would happen since he was there. The guest cheered up and thanked her for the invitation, adding that she was happy to meet her. The young woman noticed that the Duchess was examining her necklace, but instantly the woman introduced herself. She said she had heard good things about the Baldwin family and offered the young woman a seat. Lily sat on the sofa and gave a perplexed look to Carhan, who did not sit down, and remained standing next to her. It seemed to the young woman that he was sweating, and she quietly asked him why he was still standing. Lady Avantion told her son to sit down too. And Lily thought that Carhan, surely, was very nervous. The guest noticed that the boy was behaving differently today. Suddenly, she remembered that she had prepared a gift for the Duchess, intended for the imperial family. She decided to give it to an important person. Lily explained that it was wine produced by her family, and it was 100 years old this year. The Duchess said it was an expensive gift and that she would gladly accept it. Then, unexpectedly, she commented that she had heard that the lovers were already in a relationship at the time of their first date. The Duchess asked the guest how she met Carhan. The young woman smiled, because she was expecting that question. She thought she had to convince Lady Avantion that her feelings for her son were real, since she wasn't going to give up the Lota family easily. Besides, they had mentioned an engagement, and Lilia couldn't imagine how to achieve such a thing. At that moment, Carhan took her hand. The young woman felt the strength of his support and confidently recounted how they met. She explained that they met at a party and fell in love at first sight. But those words did not convince the Duchess. She asked if Lady Baldwin knew that the Avantion family had been negotiating an engagement with Lady Delata. Lady Levita stated that she had deliberately delayed this matter because something worried her. Lilia didn't understand why the Duchess had chosen her as a future daughter-in-law. Lady Levita pointed out that Lady Stella had a difficult character, but at that moment, she was the most suitable candidate. The Duchess clarified that a man from the Avantion house deserved a partner from the best family. She concluded that she was glad she had listened to her instinct and postpone the engagement. Since that way, her son found a magnificent lady. The Duchess added that she was glad the distancing from Estella de Lota was proceeding calmly. Then she asked the couple about the planned date for the engagement. Lilia replied mentally that since they had to wait for the contract to end, an engagement would be complicated. Karchin noticed that Lilia was confused, so he chose to reply that it would be difficult to set an immediate engagement date. The young lord clarified that the engagement between Lady Baldin and Mr. Tercion had not yet been completely annulled. The young woman noticed her hands were shaking, and Lady Levita replied that she didn't know. But she hoped everything would be resolved as soon as possible. A smiling woman asserted that she should marry such an extraordinary lady at the first opportunity. Duchess Evantion commented that she liked Mrs. Belden very much. For some reason, those words put the girl on alert. It is a matter as important as the engagement of the family heir. But she tries to organize it as quickly as possible. Moreover, from the first moment of the meeting, the Duchess hadn't looked at her own son even once. She probably doesn't care. Duchess Evantion, merchant's word, tries to sell her merchandise as quickly as possible before its value drops. Suddenly, the young woman cheered up and replied that if the engagement was already being discussed, it would definitely happen this year. The young woman clarified that she already planned to address the issue after the breakup of her previous engagement. The visitor added that they were welcomed hospitably at the ducal residence, so she would pay special attention to the wishes of Duchess Evantion. Mrs. Levita replied that it would be wonderful and apologized for her impatience. She explained that Mrs. Lily did appeal to her, and the visitor thanked the Duchess for her kind words. Suddenly, Mrs. Levita stood up and apologized for leaving first, since she had other matters. The Duchess indicated that she hoped the visitor felt at home here. Only upon leaving the room did the Duchess cast a menacing look at her son. When the doors closed, Karchin began to look at the hand that had rested on Lily's during the entire conversation. The words of Mrs. Belden echoed in his mind that the engagement ceremony would take place this year. The very next instant, Lily screamed in desperation and explained that she was not ready for the question about the marriage promise. They had to announce that they would get engaged in a year, but they needed to invent an excuse to postpone it as long as possible. The young woman added that they needed to create something believable and asked Karchin if he had any ideas. The boy did not answer. Instead, he suggested showing the ducal palace. While giving a tour of the palace, Karchin pointed out that it had nothing special compared to the Baldin family castle. Lilia smiled and replied that the palace was very beautiful and had an ancient atmosphere. The girl saw a maid spot Mr. Evantion, turn sharply, and run in the opposite direction to hide. Lady Belden realized that her suspicions were correct. The young duke was avoided by the servants, and his mother paid him no attention. She realized sadly that in that place, Karchin was like a stranger who was not wanted there. Passing by a large painting, the young woman stopped and looked at it closely. Karchin explained that this family portrait was painted when he was on the battlefield. Lilia recognized Karchin's older brother in the portrait of the young man. There were rumors that Mr. Evantion had eliminated him. The young woman clenched her fist furiously, as she already knew Karchin, so she didn't understand how such lies could exist. Lilia supposed that the family itself forced the younger son to become the heir, and society unjustly condemned him. She remembered the expression of the one who enviously mentioned the close ties between the members of the Baldin family. She had previously supposed that Karhin's relationship with his relatives was bad, but she didn't believe everything was so serious. Lady Baldin asked Karhin if there was a place where they could talk quietly alone. He was very surprised, but his emotions didn't prevent him from replying that his room would do. When the young duke opened the door to his chambers, he immediately turned into a harmless teddy bear. He indicated which door led to the bedroom and which to the study. Lady Baldin pointed to another door and asked what was behind it. The boy replied, blushing, that it was the warehouse. The young woman opened her eyes in surprise. She never imagined that such a room could exist in the rooms of the duke's heir. The boy offered a seat to the visitor. She asked if Karhan had been a spoiled child. Lilia sensed it after the Duchess's stern look at her son. Karhan smiled and replied that probably, since once as a child he locked himself in the study all day and ate nothing. The boy remembered how he was reprimanded for messing up the garden and leaving everything messy. Lilia looked at him with amazement. She asked if seriously a child could be considered a troublemaker for something like that. The girl shared how as a child, she threw all her dolls into the pond. Lilia shared memories of scattering flour throughout the kitchen because she also wanted to cook. One day, he almost fainted when he discovered children's drawings on a famous work of art. The young woman laughed, remembering how she stole her mother's sword to play. Then she concluded that Karhan had been an angel as a child. Karhan liked hearing that, and Lilia wondered why the Duchess was so hard on her own son. The young man replied that it was because his mother considered him useless, but Lilia objected and said it wasn't true. She asserted that if he was useless, the rest of the world was just garbage. The girl asked Karhan where she could find someone as good as him. The young man said that Lilia was the only person who considered him a good person. The young duke became gloomier than a cloud, but Lilia approached. She looked him in the face and assured him that he was a good person. She said that they always told her she had good judgment about people, but Richard was an exception. Lilia asked him not to say such things anymore if he didn't want to doubt his judgment. Karam thought he had always tried to be kind, but until Lilia mentioned it, he began to change his opinion. Lilia concluded that the Duchess was the only one to blame, since even in families, the closest ones may not truly know each other. She told the young man that if he needed help, he could ask her at any time, and she would be delighted to help him. Karam asked why she was doing it for him, and Lilia replied that they were both in the same boat. At that moment, the young man thought he had been stupid to expect another answer, since he was bound to Mr. Belden by a contract. He hung his head sadly and considered that, in reality, he was hiding the fact that his family did not recognize him as heir. Karhan concluded that it was time to confess that his parents had rejected him, and perhaps he could not fulfill his part of the agreement. On the other hand, he fears seeing disappointment in her eyes, because if the lady finds out everything, she will start to despise him and eventually leave. The boy decided that he could not allow it, because afterward she would not leave, since he had gotten used to the warmth Lady Balden provided him. The visitor looked through Karhan's bedroom and noticed that the room was quite small for a duke's son. Lilia saw the small box she helped choose and asked why the boy hadn't given it to anyone. The boy confessed that he bought the small box because he had wanted it for a long time. But things like that don't fit his appearance, so he said it was for a gift. The girl replied that it was cute and suggested telling him if he needed to buy anything else to cover for her at the store. She noticed that, in addition to the bouquet and the small box, there were books about love in Karhan's room, and a box of chocolate candies. The visitor was pleasantly surprised by the fact that the boy kept everything she had given him. Lady Balden felt her heart beat with emotion. She remembered that Richard Terzian threw away his fiancée's gifts when they became annoying. Lilia noticed that Karhan was wearing black clothes again and asked why he wasn't wearing the suits he recently bought. The young man replied that it was not intentional, and the girl asked Karhan to open the wardrobe with the clothes. She decided it was time to check the fake lover's wardrobe and see if the clothes chosen together were in good condition. She looked at the coat, asked how many years ago it was considered fashionable, and demanded that he stop wearing it. Suddenly, she noticed the buttons on the coat. Just then, Malik entered the room. He informed the lady that it was already late, so they should return. Lady Balden replied that it was indeed time to go back. The young man said he would accompany her. She replied that she would allow it on the condition that he hide the old clothes as far away as possible. Karhan promised to do so. Then the fake couple went out onto the porch. Lady Balden noticed Teshin near her carriage and said she didn't expect to see him today. Mr. Evantion's personal assistant replied that he had left the palace briefly, specifically to say goodbye to Lady Balden. Suddenly, Karhan threw the overcoat over her shoulders and said that the wind was very cold. The girl could catch a cold on the way home. She replied that it wouldn't happen, as she would travel in the carriage, but the young man acted as if he hadn't heard her. He said that the overcoat could be returned next time. Lilia noticed that the boy's cheeks were flushed with emotion and embarrassment. Karhan asked if returning the garment could be a pretext for their next meeting. For a moment, the girl was also moved. Then she agreed to return the overcoat at their next meeting. Karen said he didn't want Lilia to catch a cold and began to wrap her with the overcoat even tighter. The girl thanked the young duke and mentally supposed that he had read it in love manuals. Then she laughed upon realizing how ridiculous she looked in the clothes of a sturdy boy. The lady noticed that the farewell by the carriage was being watched, as two heads peeked out from behind a column. Upon approaching, she understood that it was the ducal servants, who were wondering why their lord seemed so happy for the first time. Lilia thought it was a great opportunity to generate rumors and asked the boy to come closer. The girl hugged the boy and wished him good night, which caused great surprise among the eavesdropping maids. When Mrs. Belden left, Tession informed the lord that it was time to return to the small palace. The young duke looked fearfully at his assistant and said his heart hurt. Tession replied that he didn't know the lord had heart problems. But Karhan really turned red. The doctor must be called immediately. While traveling in the carriage, Lilia couldn't stop thinking about how warm Karhan's hands were. The girl understood that the relationship was contractual, but the feelings were real. Experiencing them caused her anxiety in her heart. It hurts her emotionally because memories of her ex-fiancé sometimes return. Lilia faced the doubt of whether she could build a relationship with someone again. She fears that in the end, it will hurt her again. A second later, the girl calmed down. There is nothing to worry about, since Lord Avantion does not love her. A temporary contract binds them. When its term ends, the fake lovers will never see each other again. Mrs. Belden remembered the Duchess's question about the date of her son's engagement. And the new fiancé. The girl concluded that if their relationship developed, everything would only get more complicated. She was surprised to think that upon seeing Karhan, her heart speeds up. She feels tender feelings. Compared to the negative emotions Lilia experienced with Richard, she now feels good. And calm. Since her ex-fiancé did not agree to break the engagement, he probably has a plan. The carriage crossed the street enveloped in the darkness of the night, while the young woman wondered if Richard had any weakness. It occurred to Lily that she could pressure them to force her ex-boyfriend to break the engagement. Meanwhile, Stella Delota, furious, destroyed her room while screaming the name of Lady Lily Balden. The dark-haired young woman wondered why this arrogant and omnipresent girl was getting in her way again. She remembered that hours earlier, the Duchess had invited her to the mansion to announce that she had found a more suitable fiancé for her son. Lady Levetta pointed out that she was very happy that the engagement between the heir of the Avantion house and Lady Stella had not materialized. The young woman forced a smile and asked if the Duchess was referring to Lady Lily Balden. Lady Avantion ignored the question and announced that she herself would inform the dark-haired girl's father. Stella began to tremble, repeated the Duchess's name, and begged her to wait with the decision. But the Duchess stood up silently and left the room. The young woman collapsed on the floor of her room, crying, wondering how she could look those around her in the eye. She was sure that people would mock her, since there had been so many rumors about her engagement to Mr. Avantion. With despair, the girl concluded that she had lost her last chance to defeat that despicable villain. The governess came to knock on the room door, and Lady Estella became angry at the interruption. The servant replied that a guest had arrived to see her mistress and was demanding an audience. The unannounced guest turned out to be Mr. Richard Terzian, and Lady Stella asked why he had come to see her. The boy said he would get straight to the point and explained that he wanted Lady Lily and Mr. Karchin to separate. The dark-haired young woman asked the guest how he planned to achieve it. He recounted that he had recently met her at an Avantion event. She said she had heard that Mr. Richard planned to break the engagement. The boy was outraged, stating that it was a lie and that he did not expect the Duchess to believe slanderous rumors. The woman feigned surprise and replied that she had heard it directly from Lady Lily. The young man mentally noted that even the Duchess was already involved in this lie, and suddenly realized that this was not a game. Richard decided that he had no time to wait for his father to act, since Lily was truly planning to end the relationship. Suddenly, he remembered Estella de Laude and decided that he needed to join her to start acting. The guest asserted that he knew Lady de Laude was in the same situation as him, and deduced that he was not mistaken in turning to her. The boy explained that he perfectly understood the young woman's feelings, as the breaking of the engagement had also been communicated to him. Richard supposed that she was angry and felt betrayed, and promised that everything would return to normal if the plan succeeded. The boy promised that Lady Stella would once again be the fiancée of the duchy heir. But she doubted Richard's plan would work. She knew that Lady Baldwin was not someone who would sit back and do nothing, but on the other hand, the move was worth it. Stella decided it was better to try to do something than to sit and wait for the unbearable pretender to take everything from her. The dark-haired girl asked what Richard's plan was and what she should do. Upon hearing those words, the boy smiled conspiratorially and his eyes sparkled. The next day, at the arms shop, Francis groaned furiously, swearing that under no circumstances would he hand over his sword. Malik tried to calm him and reason with him, explaining that his sword, from a distance, looked like a piece of scrap metal. Lady Lilia became furious upon realizing that her knight was stubborn, and asked the salesman to bring the best sword in the store. Through tears, the boy said that sword had been gifted to him by Lady Baldwin when he became her knight. Malik sighed exasperatedly, and Francis frowned, saying that someone so insensitive would not understand his feelings. The lady told the knight that tournaments to select escort knights would soon begin. Lady Lilia suggested that during the tournaments, the old sword could break, and its owner could injure himself, or suffer a serious injury. She handed Francis a new sword and told him to consider it a gift from her, and wished him luck in the tournaments. The lady expressed the hope that the knight who served her would win the elimination tournaments again. When Francis accepted the gift and promised to win the tournaments, the lady asked Malik if he needed a new sword, and the boy replied that he had recently changed his weapon since he was rational. Unlike his companion, Lady Lilia laughed at the new argument that arose between the knights and accidentally noticed that there were pins on the counter. The salesman explained that these pins contained durable gems that would protect their owner from misfortune. So, the young woman asked for them to be packaged along with some other selected items. When Lady Lilia, satisfied, was leaving the arms establishment accompanied by knights, they ran into some children. The girl was crying because she had lost a coin in the street, while her brothers shouted that it was for their mother to buy bread. Francisco looked at them and thought they were poor neighborhood children who could live on that bread for a week. The knight was about to help them, but stopped, since his hasty actions could damage the lady's reputation. Suddenly, Lady Lilia approached the children and extended a gold coin to them, asking if that was the one they had lost. The girl refused, as her coin was copper, and Lady Lilia adopted a serious expression and admitted that she had taken it. Lady Lilia told them she wanted to exchange the girl's coin for another one. The children explained that they needed white bread. They asked the lady if the money would be enough, and Lady Lilia replied that if it wasn't, they could come to her. The children asked if she would walk with them, and in response, the young woman took the little girl's hand. Francisco watched this, and it occurred to him that maybe the lady likes money because she helps those in need. The boy thought he felt proud to serve such a good lady as a knight. Lady Lilia took the children to a bakery, and upon seeing the wide variety, her eyes opened, and their jaws dropped. The children asked where the white bread was. How much did they need to erase a drawing? Lilia pointed to the correct shelf and supposed mentally that if the drawing could be erased with bread, it was made with charcoal. The girl thought that being interested in the drawing in a poor neighborhood was a difficult task. At that moment, the lady was called by Malik, who told her that he had bought everything necessary. Then, the girl called the children and reminded them of the time she fell in the street looking for a coin. Lady Baldwin took out the ointment and bandages from the bag Malik brought, promising to treat the girl's wound. After finishing with the girl's knee, Lady Lily said that the children could come here whenever they were hungry and take whatever they wanted. They said they didn't have that much money. Lady assured them they had nothing to worry about. The girl happily announced that the manager had allowed them to take everything for free. She hid that upon entering, she had given the owner a good amount of money and offered them to eat whatever they had chosen. Eating the muffins, the children admired how delicious everything was and added that it was a pity that Tommy wasn't with them. The girl became alerted and thought it was good that she hadn't rushed to give them money, as it could have been worse. Lily remembered that often people who ask nobles for help use small children to ask for more money. The girl concluded that she didn't know what kind of guardians these children had, so if she had given them money, she could have gotten them into trouble. She decided that the only thing that could be done now was not to let these children go hungry. Lady Baldwin went to the manager and told her that from now on she would buy all the bread here, if she promised to donate it to the poor. The business owner nodded enthusiastically, and Lily handed her a business card with the Baldwin family seal. She said that later she would send someone here to discuss the details. Upon returning home, Lilia found her brother and noticed that he had returned early today. Henry said something about his sister's other meeting with Mr. Avantion, but then interrupted himself and replied that he had finished his business early today. He asked his sister where she had returned from. Lilia replied that she had business at the market. Then there was an awkward silence. Henry interrupted the silence by suggesting they go for a walk. The sister was happy, but she still didn't know that the next conversation wouldn't flow well. As they walked through the garden, silence reigned between brother and sister. Finally, Henry dared to ask Lilia if she was eating well. She replied affirmatively and asked her brother a similar question, who replied that he was also eating well. The dialogue was interrupted again by silence. Henry asked how the meeting with the heir of the Avantion family went. Lilia thought that her brother was interested and concerned about her relationship with Karchin. She cheerfully replied that everything had gone very well. She clarified that, of course, she doesn't see the young man every day. However, their relationship is strong and stable. Suddenly, the girl realized that her brother was concerned not only about her relationship with Mr. Avantion, but also about herself. He doesn't want her to have relationships with a bad person again. The girl felt flattered by such concern. But she knew that Karchin was a good person, and all the rumors about him were false. Suddenly, Henry said he still couldn't say for sure. But it seemed to him that Mr. Karchin was not as bad as people said about him. Henry said he had been very rude to his sister's new chosen one. Lilia couldn't believe her brother admitted his fault first. She added that this absolutely does not mean that he was wrong from the beginning, and asserted that she would review all the documents without fail. Then Henry said that if Mr. Avantion really likes his sister, there is nothing to be done. Lilia handed Henry a small package and said she had bought a gift to cheer him up, since lately the brother had been very busy. The gift turned out to be a pen with a long handle that doesn't strain the hand much when writing. The girl said she noticed how the brother cared about her. That's why she made this gift, so that he too would know that others care about him and worry about him. Henry looked at Lilia with gratitude and asked if she had had dinner. Upon hearing a negative response, he suggested they do it together. The girl concluded that she has many unresolved problems, but thanks to today's walk, she got closer to her brother, which she is very happy about. The next day, at the Duke's palace, Tezian was preparing Mr. Karchin for Count Baldwin's exhibition. The young Duke received an invitation, but he didn't understand anything about visual art, so he asked Tezian for help. The young Duke's assistant asked questions about the origin and content of the paintings. Almost all the answers were correct, so Tezian concluded that the Lord could answer even difficult questions. The boy reported that the host was ready to go to the exhibition and wished him luck. Count Cliff Baldwin greeted Mr. Avantion at his castle. The boy thanked him for the invitation. The man suggested they walk together and take a look while he had free time. The exhibition hall looked simply amazing. There were many outstanding works of art. Cliff pointed out that he had invested a lot of energy and time in this event, so he sincerely hopes that the guests appreciate it. Karen replied that the Graf's insight was surprising and reiterated his thanks for the invitation. The man smiled and pointed to the painting, asking the young duke if he knew it. Mr. Carhan replied confidently that he had never seen that painting in person, but he had found it in books. Teshin was satisfied with His Excellency's answer, but worried that Mrs. Belden's father wouldn't say anything about it. After a few seconds of silence, the man lit up with a smile and said he didn't expect such familiarity with art. The assistant suggested to his lord that he should continue like this, so he cheered up and asked the Graf his opinion on the painting. The man was surprised to be asked, since not even his family showed such curiosity about his artistic interests. The Graf began to tell with great enthusiasm, but upon seeing that his answer was too long, he asked if Mr. Carhan was bored with his words. The man explained that it was the first time he had found a person with similar interests. That's why he didn't realize how time passed. Carhan said he wasn't bored, because Cliff told interesting things. The man thanked Mr. Avantion for the compliment, but instantly blushed. He understood that it was only the second meeting, and he already felt great sympathy for the young man. The Graf scolded himself for being so clumsy, and told the boy that the next section of the exhibition was dedicated to abstract paintings. The man led Mr. Carjan to an abstract painting, where the object is expressed through elements and simple colors. The Count asked the young man what he thought of that work, and Carhan replied that he was impressed by the soft colors and warm. The young duke said that it inspired delicate feelings in him, and for some reason. It brought memories of Lady Lilia to his mind. The Count asserted that lovers really liked the painting, and suggested that the artist had dedicated his work to the theme of love. The man concluded that he had greatly enjoyed the conversation, and suggested that Mr. Carhan meet more often. Tizian was surprised when the Count asked him if he liked music, and Mr. Avantion replied that he did. He added that he often listened to something at home, and the Count praised him for being a person with multiple interests. The man proposed that at the next meeting they attend an orchestra concert. But the young duke was not happy. He understood that in music he would have to remember much more than in art, and it would be easy to make a mistake. The young man intended to reject the idea, since on the previous occasion he had not had the strength to deny the Count anything. Carhan barely opened his mouth to answer, but the Count announced that he planned to invite his daughter there. At that very moment, Mr. Carhan accepted, and the Count pointed out how well their interests coincided. Suddenly, a subordinate approached the Count as the exhibition director and said something in his ear, after which he apologized and said he had to be absent. Carhan replied that everything was fine and that in the meantime he would entertain himself, and the Count asked him not to leave, since he would return soon. When Count Cliff left, Teshin indignantly asked his master what the devil he had thought when accepting. Mr. Carhan replied mentally that he planned to refuse the invitation, but upon hearing Lady Balden's name, he could not help but accept. At that moment, the young man noticed that some unknown people were watching him and asking if he was really Mr. Avantion. Carchan remembered that Count Cliff had said that among art lovers there could not be bad people. But for some reason, he didn't dare to say a single word. One of the aristocrats asked if the young man wouldn't say a word, or if old men like them were not worthy of his attention. Carchan thought that the main thing was not to panic. He remembered Lilia, who had mentioned that in such a situation the best thing was to smile. He tried to force a kind smile, but the aristocrats were offended, thinking he was making fun of them. They called him arrogant and conceited. The young duke was surprised. Why didn't it work? Then an aristocrat asked what brought him there. Did his interest in art really awaken? Carchan said he was invited. An old man asked who had invited him. Teshin was furious and mentally replied to the aristocrat that he would gladly invite him to the battlefield right now. Upon hearing the name of Count Baldin from Mr. Avantion, the old aristocrats began to whisper among themselves. They were indignant that a bandit like him had been invited by the director of the exhibition himself, who only invited those who truly had an interest in art. The old men squeaked that the young man had stolen an invitation, since it was the first time they had seen him at the exhibition. Teshin became uneasy and asked Mr. Karchin if everything was fine. But he remained calm and with an indifferent expression replied that he was already used to it. Suddenly, a voice suggested checking the young man's knowledge of art if anyone still had doubts. A gray-haired man emerged from the crowd. He turned out to be Councillor Glossia, who had great influence in the duchy, although he belonged to a minority. In the Avantion duchy, there are two dominant forces. One supports the eldest son, Blythe. The other wants to make Karhin a puppet. Tisian thought that this meeting was not accidental. He could obtain support from the councillor. The gray-haired man greeted Duke Modo coldly. Then he supposed that, if the young man was personally invited by the exhibition director, his knowledge of art was astonishingly deep. Councillor Glossia decided to check it and asked to tell the story of the painting hanging next to it. Karhin remembered a page from the art book that Tisian gave him and replied calmly that he knew a little about that piece. He said that the painting was created 300 years ago, although the author is unknown. Initially, it was believed to represent the fall of a real kingdom. Later, it was discovered that it was a fictional theme. The aristocrats were surprised, while Karhin continued talking about the soft colors and the delicate strokes of the artist. The older figures couldn't believe what they were hearing, as if they had returned to their academy study days and attended an art history class. The aristocrats couldn't believe that the young duke had so much information about art, and concluded that he had probably been lucky to have seen the painting before. Suddenly, Karen heard familiar voices. One, feminine, was discussing the subjectivity of abstraction. The other was yawning and complaining that it was boring. A moment later, the young lord recognized the contours of Mrs. Lilia and the knights accompanying her. Lilia did not expect to see her fake lover at the exhibition. She asked what Karhin was doing there, but the young man didn't have time to answer, as the aristocrats immediately surrounded Mrs. Baldin. They observed that they hadn't seen Mrs. Lilia since the gala dinner was held. The girl smiled forcedly and replied that she was glad they could meet again. Suddenly, she noticed Karkin, and upon seeing his sad face, she understood that something had happened between him and the old aristocrats. The girl asked what they were talking about before her arrival, and the aristocrat pointed to the boy and muttered that the wretch claimed to have been invited by the director. Mrs. Baldin said she hadn't heard anything about it. Then the nobleman replied that he was right. The aristocrats whispered again that the boy had stolen an invitation, since it was the first time they had seen him at the exhibition. They concluded that the young lord had a disturbing appearance, and it was easy to assume he was plotting something. The girl thought the nobles were exaggerating, although no one could be sure that Mr. Avantalan had an invitation. Lilia concluded that visiting the art gallery without bad intentions was not a crime. There was nothing suspicious. Lilia wondered why society was so unfair and prejudiced against Karkin, and didn't want to understand his true intentions. The girl decided that if it continued this way, she would have to support Karkin. When she approached and stood beside him, not only the young lord, but also the old aristocrats were surprised. They angrily asked her what it meant and what Mrs. Lilia's relationship was with Mr. Avantalan. The girl bravely replied that they were a couple in love. Then the old nobles shouted that it was impossible. Mrs. Lilia made a sad expression and announced to everyone that she was sad because her beloved had been misunderstood. Her cheeks blushed when the girl mentioned that the young duke was very sensitive and admired art more than anyone. Lilia said that Karchin was very reserved, which is why many people did not understand him. The young duke apologized to Councillor Glossia. He said he had acted rudely because he was very nervous. The man replied that he was also partially to blame. After all, he should have greeted the interlocutor first. At that moment, Lilia pulled her fake lover's hand and said it was the perfect time to use the secret weapon. The girl whispered about the puppy into the young man's ear, and he smiled. Seeing the sweet and charming smile of the young duke, the old aristocrats admitted that they had acted hastily regarding the boy. Lilia expressed that she was immensely happy to have finally resolved everything. In the end, she repeated her father's words. There are no bad people among art lovers. The reminder moved the old aristocrats, who chose to leave, saying that they didn't want to interfere with the young people anymore. Councillor Glosia also headed for the exit, claiming that they needed to walk and visit other exhibition halls. When Karchin was alone with Lilia, he thought he still had much to learn. Karchin believed he had already changed significantly. But today, he needed Lady Lilia's help again. The boy considered himself despicable, although Lilia seemed to have read his mind and known his thoughts. Mrs. Baldwin advised him to be more patient with himself. After all, it is difficult to change an already established personality. Lilia added that the young man had acted excellently today, since he managed to dispel the bad impression he had before others. Teshin added happily that the Lord had done a really good job and managed to make an impression on Councillor Glosia. At that moment, the sweaty Count Cliff appeared nearby and was surprised to see his daughter. Asking her what she was doing there, Lilia replied that she wanted to visit the exhibition and asked him since when, and moreover. Without his knowledge, she had approached Mr. Avantion. Without waiting for an answer, he menacingly asked when the father had time to send her an invitation to the exhibition. The Count begged her not to say anything to his mother or brother. Otherwise, he would be punished as a traitor. The man was in a panic. When the young Duke began to explain that the day he was invited to the mansion, he had asked the Count for a favor. The Count confirmed everything, saying that the young Duke himself had requested that the invitations be sent. The man said he would go talk to the other exhibition guests. Then he winked at Karhan, quietly thanked him for helping him, and promised to see each other at the orchestra concert. When the Count walked away, Lilia asked if the father had caused any problems, and Karhan honestly replied that they had looked at paintings. The young woman became interested to know if the young Duke had reviewed everything, but he replied that a conversation with old aristocrats distracted him. So, Lilia proposed continuing to view the exhibition halls with her, and Karjan gladly accepted. As they walked through the exhibition and observed different paintings, Lilia suddenly stopped next to one of them. She said that this work gave a pleasant and warm atmosphere and conveyed soft feelings and tender ones. Karchin was immensely happy that someone shared his feelings. Suddenly, the young woman confessed that the painting reminded her of Lord Bantian. The boy remembered Count Cliff's words that this painting is based on the theme of love, and lovers especially like it. Upon leaving the exhibition, Lady Lilia noticed upon reaching the entrance a girl who didn't have money for admission. The young woman remembered that originally the exhibition was planned as a free event so that everyone could enjoy the art. Many aristocrats objected, which is why they had to set a minimum entrance fee. Although even so, not everyone can afford it. Lilia asked Karchin to stop. She approached the guide and asked him to inform the young woman that she had the missing money, that she was a special visitor. The guide told the poor girl that she was visitor number 1000 and qualified for a special promotion. That's why admission was free. The moment the lucky poor girl crossed the door, Karchin thought that Lilia was an incredible person. She helps people in need without hesitation, but she also doesn't forget those close to her. Lord Avantion concluded that he wanted to spend as much time as possible with Lady Baldwin. Suddenly, right before the young man's eyes, the girl's irritated face appeared, which pulled him out of his own thoughts. The boy was surprised, and Lilia explained that he hadn't responded to her calls for a long time. Karchin assured her that everything was fine, then she asked him if he drank alcohol. Tezian, who was behind the Lord, barely began to say that the Lord never consumes alcohol when Karchin interrupted him. The young Duke firmly and loudly stated that he had a favorable opinion of alcohol. Lilia replied that it was great and proposed having dinner in a dive bar, as they served excellent fruit wine there. The young man replied that he had no plans and would gladly accompany her. Tezian whispered to Karhan that he didn't drink, and the young duke replied that from that day he had decided to start. While the assistant just sighed heavily. When the young people entered the noisy place, Lady Lilia supposed that Mr. Avantion was intrigued by how she knew that place. Lilia explained that her parents always told her that expensive wasn't always good, and advised her to try everything in life. She said that if the boy was uncomfortable, they could go somewhere else. And he assured her that everything was fine, just a little surprised. Karen added that he liked the lively atmosphere of that joint and smiled. The young woman thought that when the young duke smiled, he looked quite different, and she felt a slight tremor in her soul. The waitress approached the table, automatically repeated the greeting, and asked what the guests were going to order. Karen turned to her and saw how handsome he was, which made him change his tone, softening his voice and smiling. The girl timidly tucked her hair behind her ear and asked if it was the first time the young man had visited that place, and if she could recommend something to him. The waitress pointed out the inexpensive dishes on the menu, as they were especially delicious, and she started mentioning the ones she recommended herself. Lilia wondered if the waitress hadn't been scared of Karen and noticed that her expression was softer than before. Lady Baldwin concluded that it was definitely good, although she sensed something strange invading her inside. Karhan noticed that Lilia was thoughtful and quiet, so he decided to talk to her and ask her what she liked about the menu. The insistent waitress kept circling around them and courteously recommending dishes, so she thought she should get rid of her first. She politely thanked her for her help and told her she would still think about her order. Lilia saw in Karhan's eyes the desire to receive praise. He looked like a puppy waiting for words of praise. The young woman remarked that he was good at refusing, and he explained that it was due to his classes. Lilia protested and clarified that it was thanks to Karhan's effort. Then she concluded that she was no longer needed by the short duke. After those words, the short duke's heart sank, and he angrily asked why the girl said that. She replied that she doubted he had anything to teach her. Besides, the progress was evident. When the waitress brought them the ordered dishes and drinks, the couple began to eat. And Lilia noticed that Karhan was getting drunk quickly. That surprised her, as he had assured her that he liked alcohol. Lilia suggested leaving the place, but the drunk Karhan assured her that everything was fine, and thanked her for recommending such a good place. The young woman laughed because he actually looked bad and advised him to stop drinking wine and only drink beer. Seeing Karhan cheerful, Lilia thought that with him she felt free and happy. She considered that at first she hadn't planned to get close to him, but the contract united them. Otherwise, they would have only been good friends. It occurred to Lilia that imagining her farewell to Karhan filled her with unbearable pain. The young man broke the silence and said that thanks to his encounter with Lady Baldwin, he learned to express his opinions and to refuse things. Karhan recalled a recent situation and pointed out that in front of a crowd, he still feels very nervous. He complained that he doesn't realize how he freezes because he is afraid of saying something inappropriate or ruining the atmosphere, and then he gets flustered and doesn't know what to do. The girl mentally observed that the young duke is still worried about the conversation with the old high-ranking gentleman. Lily considered that, although she thinks Karhan is doing well, there are times when he still needs help. Lady Baldwin said that she maintains a conversation with any interlocutor if she asks clarifying questions. She decided to demonstrate to the young duke how it works and asked Francisco to come closer for a moment. The lady asked what he did last night. The knight replied that he met his friend. Lady Baldwin remarked that it was interesting and asked which one. The boy clarified that his friend used to work at the residence. Francisco said that yesterday his friend suggested going to a restaurant. The lady feigned surprise and asked, which restaurant was it? The knight replied that the one they recently built on 3rd Avenue. The boy got so enthusiastic that he started shouting indignantly that the guy was late. He ate everything and then said he forgot his wallet at home. Francisco shouted that he hadn't told everything about that scoundrel yet, but they led him away from the table. Lady Lily explained that she followed this method. The girl clarified that in that case, the spotlight in the conversation shifts to the interlocutor, and communication flows naturally. The young duke thanked her for the advice, and she replied that she was always willing to help, and proposed to toast with their glasses. After a while, the fake lovers emptied more than one bottle of beer. It was already evening, but Lady Lillian couldn't take her intoxicated gaze off Karchen's face. She wondered why she still hadn't gotten used to her companion having such an incredible appearance. The girl noticed how Karchen held the beer mug and thought he had large hands. She pointed out that the mug looked like a toy in his hands. Lillian couldn't help herself and said he had large hands. Karchen blushed deeply, and the girl explained that naturally she had small hands. She raised the mug and asked him to pay attention. The crockery was the same, but in her hands it looked large, while in the young duke's hands it looked tiny. She asked to compare their hands and noticed that Karchen's was twice the size of hers. Moreover, it looked rougher, probably due to calluses from the sword. Lillian was so drunk that, without shame, she asked to touch the young man's hand. Karchen froze in surprise and blushed. He didn't know how to react, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he extended his hand to Lillian. The boy didn't understand what was happening, because in the areas of his hand where the girl touched him, a warm heat began to spread. The young duke noticed that Lady Lillian's hand was so small and soft compared to his own. Suddenly, the boy abruptly withdrew his hand and asked to stop because his heart hurt. He added that it seemed his heart would jump out of his chest. Then he opened a small box of pills and took one. Lillian asked angrily why Karchen hadn't told her before and how long he had been taking medication for heart pain. The young man explained that the doctor said he should only take these pills when his heart started to hurt. The girl thought she shouldn't have invited the boy to this place, much less offered him alcoholic beverages. Karchen hurried to calm his interlocutor and clarified that the last time he felt chest pain was when visiting Lady Lilia's mansion. Lilia said that if he had warned her, they would have gone somewhere else, and the young man replied that the heart pain was the first since the last time. He assured her that he could only drink alcohol in small doses, and the girl sighed heavily, concluding that if something went wrong, it would become a big problem. Lilia pushed the glasses aside and said that for today, alcohol was enough. Then she asked if they had discovered the exact cause of the heart pain. The young duke replied negatively and explained that the doctors failed to determine the exact cause. The girl proposed that the young man be examined by the family doctor, as he was an experienced specialist who had previously worked in the imperial family. Karchen felt flattered by so much concern. He replied that there was nothing to worry about, that everything was fine with him, and thought to himself that Lilia was a good person and kind. The boy smiled timidly and recalled that when visiting the mansion, Evantion called him a good person, which made him very happy. Karchen shyly began to talk about his childhood, how he grew up in a family with strict rules, and always wished to gain his parents' approval. Mr. Evantion clarified that many times he tried and strived hard, but all in vain. One day, by chance overhearing a compliment from the maids as a child, he became obsessed. Thus, he set himself on the path to his own destruction, as prejudices about him grew. And it was difficult to get rid of them. Karchen said he considered himself a failure, since all his efforts were useless. He explained that he had no other option but to accept the general misunderstanding. The young duke added that at that moment, he decided to become a bad man to everyone. However, for Miss Lily, he always wanted to be good. She didn't even imagine that her words would affect Karchen so much. Mrs. Valden understood that, compared to the past, her words made her heart tremble and beat faster. The young woman wished the boy would continue confidently in that direction and asked him to be even kinder to her in the future. She specified that the young sir was already doing quite well, but he should try harder. At that moment, the maid was rushing to meet the stranger dressed in a cloak. She asked if she was the one who had previously transmitted information about the heir of Evantion to Estella de Lot. The girl confirmed and said she had heard that the stranger would pay more. That's why she went to meet him. He replied that it was true, but the payment would depend on the value of the information the maid provided. She got scared and barely found the strength to say that Mr. Carhan was temporarily the heir to the Avantion house. The informant added that she had heard it when serving the Duchess lady, and the stranger asked her to clarify what she meant. He explained that the Duke's eldest son was hiding abroad after causing trouble. So the brother became the heir. He added that his rejection of the title was temporary, and when the true heir returned, he would regain his place. The stranger threw a small bag of money at her and commented that he liked what he just heard. The girl asked if there were tasks, but he snapped at her to leave. A stranger took off his hood. It turned out to be Mr. Richard Terzian, who smirked mockingly about his ex-fiancée. She was specifically looking for someone of higher status, but the person she trusted had been deceiving her for a long time without revealing anything. The next day, Mrs. Baldwin's governess reported that she had brought washed clothes and asked if it belonged to Mr. Avantion. She also mentioned that lately, when the lady returns to the castle after a long absence, she glows from head to toe. Mrs. Valden blushed, and the servant said she hoped everything would go well between the lady and Mr. Avantion. When Mrs. Lilia was examining the washed coat that the governess had brought, she plunged into memories. She remembered how Karchin placed it on her shoulders when he sent her off from the small palace to the carriage. Another memory followed when they were sitting in a tavern drinking together. At that moment, she couldn't take her eyes off him because his expression and eyes were dazzling that night. Every memory of their encounter caused a pleasant shiver in her soul, and like a sprout, it grew in her heart. The girl thought that all the intense feelings related to the last meeting could have been just imagination. Since she was drunk, Lilia thought she shouldn't forget the true goal of these supposed dates. She decided that she had taught Karchin everything she could. Now she had to keep her distance. Violetta Baldwin pointed out that it was incredible for the whole family to gather around a table. Cliff Baldwin decided to support his wife. He replied that they rarely have dinner together because the eldest son is constantly busy with work. Henry announced the news that he would soon receive a promotion, and the father exclaimed that it couldn't be. It was too soon. The boy explained that lately the boss had been assigning him a lot of work. Therefore, unintentionally, he achieved excellent results. The father and sister began to congratulate Henry. The mother confirmed it and then announced that she had received a marriage proposal. The young man asked to refuse it, and the countess objected that he hadn't even finished speaking. He replied that there was no point in listening further. Violetta Valden exclaimed that her son was a real stubborn one. He neither wants to get married nor inherit the family business. The woman admitted that she had always hoped Lilia would bring home a good suitor, and mentioned Mr. Avantion's name with disdain. Count Cliff said he was desperate about who to hand over the management of the family business to, and proposed having a third child. The wife asked Irada who was going to give birth to him. Then the count proposed hiring a professional manager. Lilia thought she wanted to talk to her parents about it after the breaking of the marriage promise. But now is the perfect opportunity. She mustered the courage and announced to her parents that she wanted to dedicate herself to the family business. Her statement surprised all family members. The countess decided to ask her daughter about her intentions. She reminded Lilia that she had never shown interest in the family matter before. Lilia thought that the family's doubt was understandable, since she always repeated that she would marry Richard and fulfill her role as a marquise. The girl said she understood that she had no experience in this area. She wasn't as smart as her brother, nor did she have achievements as outstanding as his. Lilia asserted that she trusted her abilities enough and wanted to try her luck in this matter, since her heart desires it now. Her parents, of course, were surprised by such a sincere desire from their daughter, but they supported her in this decision. Violetta Valden smiled and said that she agrees that her daughter should prove her worth in this role. The woman added that it had been a long time since Lilia decided something for herself, and that she would always have time to gain experience and knowledge. Suddenly, the countess changed the tone and asked if her daughter was prepared to approach the matter seriously and assume responsibility for many employees. The Countess firmly warned that one could not abandon it just because it was difficult. And the young woman replied with determination and confidence that she was ready for it. A week later, Mrs. Lilia's carriage arrived at another art gallery. Since the day before her father had approached her, he asked her to help with his matter and find a good creator, as there is currently a stagnation in the art world. Mrs. Lilia thought how happy she was to have had the courage to express herself and easily obtain permission from the family. She approached the gallery, the entrance door opened, and a young woman came out shouting to be thrown out. Mrs. Valden shouted asking what was happening. The knights became alert. Even Francisco stepped in to protect his lady. The unknown young woman remained kneeling in front of the gallery door, begging to be given another chance to see her painting. The young woman promised to give up her intentions if the gallery owners considered her drawing worthy. Lilia suddenly realized that in front of the door was the same unfortunate person she met upon entering her father's exhibition. The young woman begged for the door to be opened and for her to be given a chance, as it was the last gallery she was visiting. Lilia wondered how many galleries this poor person had visited, if she said this was the last one. She remembered that, thanks to the Valden family reform in support of the arts, there were only about 10 galleries in the city. The unknown woman looked worn out. Next to her lay a wooden board wrapped in newspaper. All this indicated that she was an unrecognized artist, deprived of opportunities due to social prejudice. Mrs. Lilia asked Malik if approaching the poor woman now would look like charity. He replied affirmatively and warned the lady that if she approached the young woman, it would be her last hope. The lady replied that in that case she would do it, and instantly found herself next to the gallery entrance. Mrs. Valden extended her hand and asked if she could get up. The young woman got up, dusted herself off, and thanked Mrs. Lilia for the help, while the lady asked her to show her painting. The unrecognized artist blushed deeply and said it was the first time someone had wanted to see her works on their own initiative. Timidly, she handed her creation to Mrs. Valden, saying that she still had very little experience in visual art. Lilia was amazed and thought that this unrecognized artist could change the world. An instant later, the lady asked her name and proposed signing a contract. The poor girl couldn't believe what she was hearing, and Mrs. Lilia clarified that she wanted to acquire the painting and reserve the next one. The young woman was shocked and understood that it was a great opportunity, but sadly stated that this was her last work. Mrs. Liliana was perplexed, and the unrecognized artist explained that she would stop painting because her family had large debts. She said she was in a difficult situation, and with a smile, added that she also had a sister and a younger brother. The unrecognized artist explained that she had to work hard so they wouldn't starve. She clarified that she didn't have time to paint, even if the lady bought it through a contract. Mrs. Balden called Francisca and Malik, asking them to bring a document to sign a sponsoring contract. Mrs. Liliana asked the girl to wait a moment, and after a while, handed her a provisional contract. The lady explained that the contract would last 3 years and included an advance. Mrs. Balden added that art is not created by magic. Therefore, no specific deadlines would be set. She said that an art room, canvases, and paints could be provided, but for that, an exclusive contract was necessary to sign. The lady added that in that case, accepting outside commissions would be prohibited, and the artist shouted demanding that they stop. She asked why Mrs. Balden was offering an exclusive contract to an unknown creator, if it was such an incredible offer. The lady replied that she had seen unique talent and great potential in the young woman, and that she understood she deserved a good opportunity. The poor girl realized that she had never heard those words, despite having visited many galleries. She asked what would happen if she took the advance and fled, and Mrs. Balden replied that it would not be a problem, since the work would stay with her. Suddenly, Malik called them and told them that the art room was already ready and they could visit it. The girl was shocked by the speed at which events were unfolding and asked the lady's name. Mrs. Lilia apologized for not having introduced herself and said her name. The girl was surprised to discover that the conversation was with the daughter of a count, from the prestigious Valden family. Mrs. Lilia proposed to the astonished artist to discuss the details of the deal on the way to her studio. A week later, Karen received a note in which Lilia announced that she wanted to meet to return his coat. The young duke sighed with relief upon realizing that the girl had finally made contact. Since at their last meeting, she had drunk too much and behaved inappropriately. The boy decided that this time he would present himself with dignity before the lady, and asked his assistant if his outfit was not too revealing. Tessian laughed and replied that firstly, that suit looked very good on the gentleman, and secondly, it gave him charm. Mr. Karhan's personal assistant asserted that this clothing highlighted the qualities and the overall attractiveness of his lord. He added that the lord should dress like this more often to stand out, especially since Lady Valden would like that style. The young duke replied that, in that case, he accepted and added that lately he had noticed a disturbing look upon him. The stranger secretly watching Karhan reflected that his target was a cruel war killer. It was known that Mr. Avantion mercilessly destroyed anyone who got close. However, it is now rumored that his attitude has softened, so perhaps it would be useful for the stranger to establish contacts. A little later, he casually approached the young duke and said he didn't expect to find him there. The stranger explained that he had noticed Mr. Avantion and couldn't believe it. So he decided to approach to greet him and confirm it. He offered only to sit at the young duke's table and introduced himself as Alfred from Viscount Smith's family. The boy mentioned that he felt sorry for not being able to talk when they met at dinner. He noticed that Mr. Avantion was holding a book on the basics of romantic relationships and thought he had suspicious taste. The young man exclaimed admiringly that he didn't know the young duke also read, and commented that this book was quite interesting. Karhan thought that it was the first time he had met someone who gave him such a good first impression. He wondered if he should become friends with Alfred, and decided to use the method Lilith recently taught him. Mr. Avantion concluded that then Lilith would surely praise him, Lily Baldwin. When Alfred said something, Karhan simply repeated a word from his speech in an interrogative tone. Soon the boy got bored. He was frustrated by not being able to start a conversation to extract information from the young duke. Alfred apologized for interrupting Mr. Avantion's reading. The boy, with altered feelings, fled home, and Karhan was perplexed, not understanding what he had done wrong. Minutes later, Mrs. Baldwin approached Mr. Avantion's table. She jumped up and pointed out that they hadn't seen or spoken to each other in a long time. The girl explained that she had been busy working. She noticed that Karhan was finishing the relationship guidebook she had given him. Lilia reported that the second volume of this guide had been released. The young duke replied that it was the first time he had heard of it. He proposed going to the bookstore together right now, since they had started talking about it. On the way to the store, an awkward silence formed between Lilia and Karchin, which the young duke decided to break. He asked if by any chance he had offended the lady on that occasion when he drank too much alcohol. The girl assured him that the meeting was perfect from beginning to end, and suggested that Karchin doesn't know how to drink alcohol at all. The young man replied that he didn't even suspect that he got drunk so quickly. The girl warned that he should be careful when he wanted to take a sip of something strong. Lilia asked if the boy he was talking to was Karchin's friend. Mr. Avantion pointed out that he met him for the first time and was very surprised when a stranger approached him confidently. The young duke asserted that he used the method Mrs. Lilia taught him and maintained the conversation by asking specific questions. He said that it seemed to him that he made a mistake in something and that something went wrong, since his interlocutor apologized abruptly and ran away. The girl thought that Karchin still had trouble socializing, so she should help him. Lilia promised that later she would practice with the young duke. The boy supposed that with his social skills, the girl would have many friends. But she replied that she has no friends at all. Lilia clarified that as a child she had friends, but as she grew up, she realized that they only became friends for money. The girl recounted that, upon discovering the truth, she distanced herself from her false friends. So there was no one left whom she could consider her friend. She added that upon becoming an adult, confident and direct, she stopped feeling the need to make new friends. Lily wondered if her relationship with Karchin could be called friendly. Despite sharing the same goal, the girl thought they were comrades in ideals. And they communicated without pretense, so their relationship could be called friendship. Suddenly, Lily cheerfully declared that Karchin was her only friend, but she noticed perplexity and surprise on his face. She realized that she shouldn't have said it out loud, and added that this revelation should not make him feel obligated. The girl wondered if they could remain good friends if they were careful and kept their distance. Mr. Evanthian thought it was incredibly comforting that Mrs. Valden valued him and trusted him enough to call him a friend. However, at that moment, Karchin felt a heaviness in his chest. When the fake loving couple entered the bookstore, they didn't find the salesman in his place. Lily and Karchin agreed to split up and search separately. As they walked among the shelves, the girl noticed that in her absence, many new volumes from different publishers had appeared. She focused on a shelf with business management books and decided to pick up a few, since she was in the bookstore. However, the shelf with the volumes turned out to be too high. Lily couldn't reach it. Suddenly, Karchin's chest brushed the nape of her neck as he helped her reach the books. Lillian's heart pounded. She barely managed to gather the strength to compose herself and utter a few words of thanks. Karchin asked her if she had gotten the book she needed. She mentally denied it, but replied that yes, it was precisely that one. She told him she had already chosen everything she wanted, so she would go to the cashier. Upon leaving the store, Lillian discovered that the evening shadows covered the street. Karchin proposed they have dinner together. The girl refused the offer, commenting that it was already time for her to leave. Then he insisted on accompanying her. She replied that it was unnecessary, that the carriage she came in was very close. Then she asked Francisco to bring something. Lillian handed Mr. Evanston his jacket and told him she had a gift. She explained that she had seen those pins when shopping at an arms store, and it occurred to her that they would suit Karchin well. The young man replied that he was immensely grateful and would treasure them as a valuable item. Lillian protested angrily, saying that those pins were not for decoration, but to be used with pleasure. Karchin said he would admire them for a while first and then use them. Lillian nodded, smiling, and repeated that it was time. The young duke took her hand to help her into the carriage. He commented that it had been a pleasure spending the day with Miss Balt. She replied with the same kindness, but abruptly dropped his hand and left. Tekin mumbled about having prepared the carriage for the gentleman. But the young duke didn't even hear him. He immediately decided that he must prepare a corresponding gift, buy it right now, and head to the Bolton residence. Teshin was shocked to learn that the young duke wants to buy a gift precisely now, and asks him to postpone his intentions. In the carriage, Lilia cried inconsolably, screaming that she couldn't take it anymore and didn't understand what was happening, since she really wanted to remain friends with Karhana. She observed sadly that her heart wouldn't stop racing when she was near Mr. Evantian. Despite trying to calm down, the carriage arrived at the Belden family county when she heard a noise and recognized her ex-fiancé's voice. He insisted that his presence be announced. Lilia opened the carriage door, but upon meeting Rickard's eyes, she immediately regretted it. She couldn't believe the wretch had appeared, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and supposed he was plotting something. Her ex-boyfriend asked her to step out for a moment to talk. Francisco and Malik tried to calm Rickard, who was protesting how commoners dared to treat him. Lady Belden deduced that the nights could not contain her enraged ex-lover, and decided to intervene. She opened the carriage door and reminded Rickard that she had asked him not to approach. The boy tried to approach the carriage, but Francisco stopped him and warned him not to move a single step. Rickard begged her not to be cruel or angry, as he had relevant information about Mr. Evantian. Richard accused his new boyfriend of hiding something, and Lilia asked him why he was trying to damage Karjana's reputation. She advised him to leave, but he protested, saying he wanted to protect her and she was rejecting him. The young woman ordered the coachman to continue and slammed the door furiously, refusing to listen to him. Richard stopped her immediately. He banged on the carriage wall and roared that he hadn't finished talking yet. Lilia was instantly horrified. Suddenly, a man asked in a deep voice what was happening here. It was Mr. Avantion, who grabbed Lilia's desperate ex-fiancé's hand. Richard expressed joy at Carhan's arrival and stated that it was timely, as they had talked about how he infiltrated Lady Valden's trust. Lilia's ex-fiancé asserted that he knew Carhan's lie, as he was not the true heir. She did not want to believe that the words of the disgusting and false ex-lover were true. Since Carhan had not protested, Richard smiled and said it was enough to pretend and manipulate his naive fiancé. Lilia opened the carriage door wide and demanded that they stop, and Richard replied with a smile that she probably didn't understand the situation. He clarified that Mr. Carhan had tricked Lady Balden, deceiving her with promises of power for his title. Richard added that Carhan was just a puppet, to which the young woman replied, "So what?" She asked her ex-suitor if he thought that information would make Lilia return to him. She said she knew Richard was a wretch, but she didn't imagine he would sink so low as to stir up others' past. Lilia told Carhan that they had something to clear up, while Richard begged her to stop. "And listen." Upon entering the carriage, Lady Balden turned firmly and declared that only one matter bound her to her ex-fiancé. She reminded him that she was still waiting for Richard's signed consent to annul the promise, and ordered the coachman to move on. When the girl's carriage disappeared from sight, Richard muttered under his breath that she would regret it yet. Karen apologized for not having reported for so long. He explained that he had been waiting for the right moment and choosing his words. Then he added that, honestly, his own family didn't like him. The girl finally realized why she felt so uncomfortable in the Avantion family mansion. She smiled, assured him that everything was fine, and asked him to continue. She said that it had been a long time since the family treated him badly, although when he was very small he fell asleep in his mother's arms listening to her lullaby. Karen added that at some point, his mother's attitude towards him became cold, and he didn't understand what he had done wrong. The boy said he tried to change the Duchess's attitude towards him, but the more he tried, the deeper the abyss between them grew. The young man said sadly that it was no longer possible to change the situation, since his father was too busy with work. He added that his older brother began to treat him the same way as his mother. Karen concluded that this way, the little boy named Carhan became a ghost in the Duchess family. He explained that's why he fled to the battlefield at the age of 14 and participated in many battles since then. The young man reported that last year he received an order from the family to take his older brother's place and become the heir. Carhan explained that this position could not be vacant, so he assumed the title during his brother's absence. The boy asserted that he will refuse when the true heir returns. That's why they don't train him, as heirs are usually trained. Karen asked if he had disappointed her greatly, and said that he was truly sorry for having done so. The young woman reflected that, if she forgot the emotions, it would probably be better to break the contract and start looking for other ways to annul the promise. She supposed that it would be much better that way, since it became evident that it would be difficult for them to remain good friends. She decided to pretend that nothing had happened, and as if nothing, she asked Mr. Avantion why he had come. Karen apologized and explained that he wanted to give a return gift, as he felt it was unfair that he was the only one receiving so many gifts. Lilium reflected that she could not and did not want to pretend that nothing had happened. She wondered what would happen to Carhan if she left him now, because he would end up waiting for the true heir to return. She supposed that Carhan would be expelled again by his family to distant lands of combat. Lady Balden finally decided that she did not wish such a life for Mr. Avantion, and proposed breaking the contract. She explained that she wanted to start from scratch and sign a partnership agreement, not a negotiation one. The young man asked what she meant, and Lilium replied that she would help him become the true heir of Avantion. The boy protested, saying it was impossible, since neither his family nor the Council of Elders would support him. The young woman firmly and happily asserted that she herself would be his support, and proposed they look at it from the outside. She reminded him that Karhan had learned to get rid of what he didn't need and smile when talking to strangers. She told him that perhaps, although Karhan hadn't achieved anything remarkable so far, there was still time. Because he could change. The young man replied that it would be a difficult task, as he was not sure if he could break family ties and confront his own relatives. Lilium approached closer, assuring him that everything would turn out well since they would be together. The boy liked seeing the girl extend her white hand to him again. He said he accepted becoming the authentic heir of the Duke. And Lilium affirmed that she was happy and would take care of the financial aspect of their plan. Karchan declared that he accepted everything and begged Mrs. Barden to help and support him once more.